Bienvenidas y bienvenidos a la 39ª Conferencia Regional de la FAO para América Latina y el Caribe. Brasilia es el escenario de este encuentro regional. Una ciudad concebida como símbolo de integración y modernidad, reconocida por su arquitectura, su historia y su vocación de diálogo. En esta conferencia se reflejarán tanto los desafíos como el potencial de la región para avanzar hacia la transformación de los sistemas agroalimentarios y un desarrollo sostenible que equilibre las dimensiones económica, social y ambiental. Según las últimas estimaciones de la FAO, América Latina y el Caribe ha registrado avances importantes en la reducción del hambre y la inseguridad alimentaria. Estos progresos demuestran que la acción coordinada funciona. Sin embargo, aún queda trabajo por realizar. Hoy, más de 33 millones de personas en la región aún sufren hambre. Son 33 millones de historias humanas, 33 millones de razones para acelerar la acción. Durante esta conferencia regional, representantes de los países miembros dialogarán para impulsar soluciones regionales y reforzar la acción colectiva para lograr una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Con responsabilidad compartida y visión de largo plazo, esta conferencia regional marca un nuevo paso en el fortalecimiento de sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles en beneficio de las personas, los territorios y las generaciones futuras. La región mira a quienes estamos aquí. Este es el momento. Este es el lugar. Y ustedes son protagonistas de la transformación de los sistemas agroalimentarios. Acompáñennos.
It's the main FAO forum to define public policies and priorities that will guide joint work in the next 2 years. Throughout the session, we not only want to reiterate commitments we've already taken, but also strengthen partnerships so that we can face the complexities within our food systems with a special focus on the role of family farming, campesino farming, traditional communities that feed our people, support our local economies, and preserve our biodiversity. All this must be done in dialogue with science, with innovation, with social participation, and international cooperation. The transformation we seek requires coordinated actions among governments, regional organizations, civil society, the private sector, and communities, especially those that are led by women farmers, indigenous peoples, traditional communities, and youth. We have reasons to celebrate success, but also reasons to perceive a greater sense of urgency. Challenges persist despite the fact that our region is rich in natural resources and is extremely productive. The fight against inequality, the promotion of healthy, accessible diets for all, adaptation to the impacts of climate change must not be neglected. Let this conference keep inspiring us to keep working arduously with commitment in a solidarity-based fashion, fostering policies that valorize family farming and can build a more fair, sustainable, prosperous future for Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much.
We thank the Executive Secretary, Fernando Machiavelli, for her statement. I now invite Mr. Luis Rua, Secretary of Trade and International Affairs of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock and co-chair of this 39th Regional Conference. We give you the floor.
Muito bom dia a todos e a todas.
Good morning, everyone. It is an honor to take part in this meeting representing Mr. Carlos Favo in the 39th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. It is a privilege to have you here in our country, to have government representatives, international organizations, and private sector organizations who have gathered here to strengthen cooperation and ongoing dialogue among countries in the quest for solutions that are science-based to tackle those challenges that global agriculture faces. Brazil has solutions to broaden food production in a sustainable fashion with an increase in productivity through the use of technologies developed by Embrapa here in Brazil, using the same area that's already been used for agriculture and livestock herding. Our country has a solid science-based agenda that also includes technology and bioinputs as key pillars for the development of modern, efficient agriculture. In 2025, we registered 139 new biological inputs. This is a record that shows how vital our sector is. The Brazilian bioinput market brings in billions of reais per year, consistently showing our potential for expansion, reducing production costs, external dependence on chemical fertilizers, and contributing to reducing emissions. This is one of the results of efficient linkages between private research, the public sector, and technical assistance services. Productivity and environmental responsibility are not parallel agendas the way we see it. They entail one architecture. We combine robust agricultural policies, clear regulation of inputs, and active trade promotion. We feel that science and trade must walk hand in hand, supporting small-scale, medium, and large-scale farmers with targeted policies for each of these sectors in a competitive agri-exporting sector that also must be dynamic and inclusive. In the 2024-2025 campaign, we produced over 340 million tons of grains. Brazil integrates climate adaptation and mitigation in its sustainable production strategy. Aside from nitrogen absorption, we also seek to recover degraded areas and to integrate the flora and fauna in our forests. Some 2/3 of our land is covered by native vegetation. At the same time, we are consolidating ourselves as one of the main exporters in the world. Given the rise in extreme climate events, we foster ongoing investment in research, genetic improvement, climate services, and risk management. We also champion that sustainable efforts from tropical countries should be recognized in trade negotiations, avoiding non-tariff barriers. Opening markets in a science-based fashion should be a priority for all countries in the region. In 2025, Brazil reached $157 billion of agricultural exports. This is a record. Since the beginning of this term of our president and our agriculture minister, we have opened to over 500 new markets in many different countries. This entails intense negotiation work, among other efforts. It's important to remember that in 2025, Brazil was lifted off the hunger map. Our country is recognized given its technical and trilateral cooperation efforts, sharing success and school feeding programs, as well as sustainable development. Brazil thus reiterates its commitment to achieving sustainable, innovative, competitive agriculture, which is capable of fostering inclusion, prosperity, and food security for our region and the world alike. Thank you.
Muchas gracias al señor Luis.
We thank Luis Rua very much for his statement. And with these first few statements by the co-chairs of the 39th session of the FAO Regional Conference, I now give the floor to the independent chairperson of the FAO Council. Mina Risk, you have the floor.
Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, esteemed co-presidents, bom dia and buenos dias. It's a profound honor to address you today at the Ministerial meeting of the 39th session of the FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. In fact, this is the first time for me to address a regional conference in my capacity as an independent chairperson of the Council since I had the honor of being elected as an ICC independent chairperson of the Council in the 44th session of the FAO conference in last July. I extend my sincere appreciation to the government of Brazil for hosting this pivotal conference and to all member nations of the region for the active engagement in shaping FAO regional and global agenda. We meet today, as you all can notice, at a moment of both a challenge and opportunity, a moment that calls for renewed solidarity, innovation, and action to confront persistent hunger and inequality, and to realize transformative agri-food systems for all. At the global level, the latest data confirm that while there have been modest improvements in some regions, the world remains far from achieving the eradication of hunger and food insecurity by 2030. According to the State of Food Security and Nutrition in the World 2025, the SOFI report, It's estimated that between 638 and 720 million people, corresponding to 7.8 and 8.8% of the global population, faced hunger in 2024. And elevated food costs continue to undermine access to healthy diets. These figures remind us that conflicts, climate shocks, inflationary pressures, and economic volatility continue to threaten the resilience of agri-food systems and the rights of people to nutritious, affordable food. On a regional level, Latin America and the Caribbean are not immune to these global dynamics. Indeed, the region has grappled with the spikes in food insecurity following pandemic disruptions and the cascading effects of climate extremes. Nonetheless, this region has also demonstrated commendable leadership in charting its own path toward food security, with strategic frameworks, policy tools, and regional plans that drive inclusive, sustainable, and resilient agri-food systems. The latest FAO estimates for Latin America and the Caribbean indicate that the prevalence of undernourishment and food insecurity has declined for 4 consecutive years. The region's diversity is a strength, and your collective efforts to address structural barriers to food security send a powerful message about the necessity of context-specific policies backed by international cooperation. Equally important is the integration of robust food security and nutrition monitoring systems that guide decision-making and enable adaptive responses to emerging risks. The member nations of the region have exerted tireless efforts to enhance food security levels on the regional level. For example, the Community of Latin America and the Caribbean States, CELAC, has advanced the Food and Nutrition Security and Hunger Eradication Plan towards 2030, reaffirming regional solidarity and cooperation to eliminate hunger and malnutrition. Additionally, at the G20 Leaders Summit in Brazil, President Lula da Silva launched the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, an initiative designed to accelerate progress toward eradication of poverty and hunger by 2030. And to reduce inequalities in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. As a founding member, the FAO has committed to hosting the Alliance Support Mechanism at its headquarters in Rome and to working with partners to bring technical expertise and innovative solutions to the global fight against hunger and poverty. These regional commitments align with the themes and priorities before us in the 39th Regional Conference, particularly those anchored in efficient, inclusive, and sustainable agricultural production, ending hunger and nutrition insecurity, adaptation to climate change, and reducing inequalities and poverty. As the United Nations declared 2026 the International Year of the Woman Farmer, IYWF 2026, I look forward to participating at the regional launch of the International Year of the Woman Farmer that will take place during the conference. This is an opportunity to spotlight the essential roles women play across agri-food systems from production to trade, while often going unrecognized. Women farmers are central to food security, nutrition, and economic resilience. Excellencies, this conference underscores the centrality of FAO's mission and the importance of collective efforts to strengthen food security, improve nutrition, and build resilience in every region in the world. In my capacity as an independent chairperson of the Council, I continue to engage with all stakeholders regarding the FAO reform process that was decided by the 44th session of the FAO conference in 2025 under the name the FAO at 80 reform process, aiming at enhancing effectiveness, responsiveness, and inclusivity across our organization. The FAO at 80 reform process invites us to reflect on 8 decades of experience while ensuring that the organization remains fit for purpose in the face of evolving global realities, from climate change and demographic shifts to technological innovation and shifting geopolitical landscape. This conference plays a vital role in ensuring that the FAO reform process is informed by regional perspective, priorities, and operational realities. I look forward to engaging and exploring your deliberation on pressing issues such as rural inequality, the empowerment of family farmers, sustainable fisheries, agri-food trade, climate adaptation, digital innovation, and investment strategies tailored to local and national contexts. Let us use this conference to reaffirm our shared commitment to food security, resilience, and equitable development, drawing on FAO's unique mandate, technical expertise, and a global partnership to achieve sustainable outcomes. As the independent chairperson of the Council, I stand ready to collaborate with all of you to ensure that the aspiration articulated here translate into meaningful impact for families and communities across Latin America and Caribbean and around the world. Thank you for your attention, your dedication, and your leadership in advancing a more food secure, prosperous, and inclusive future for all. Muchas gracias. Obrigado.
Agradecemos la declaración.
We thank the independent chairperson of the FAO Council for his statement. Mr. Minaresk. Now we will hear the statement of the chairperson of the 38th session of the Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. I now recognize Minister Zulfikar Mustafa, Minister of Agriculture of Guyana and chairperson of the 38th session of the Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. You have the floor.
No tenemos audio.
We can't hear you.
Minister, do you listen to us? We can hear you. Just a second, please.
From the hearing. You hearing us now?
No.
¿Podemos confirmar, por favor, si tenemos audio del ministro?
Let's please confirm whether we can hear the minister online.
You hearing us now, please?
Por favor, confirmación.
That's 1, 2.
Hoy día estamos en el horno.
Vamos a tomar unos minutos, por favor, me confirman.
Just a sec. Will we give the floor now to the minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You hearing us now? Distinguished members,
Hasta que se resuelva el problema técnico.
Until we solve the technical glitch, we will now give the floor to Adriana Mira, Vice Minister of the Republic of El Salvador, who will speak on behalf of the country hosting the next session of the FAO Regional Conference. Minister, you have the floor.
Bom dia, good morning, buenos días.
Good morning. Chairperson of the conference, the Director General of FAO, to Dong-Yu, distinguished ministers, vice ministers, and participants in this conference. I bring warm greetings from our President Nayib Bukele and the Salvadorian peoples. We are brought together here by a common belief, the transformation of agri-food systems as a strategic priority for Latin America and the Caribbean. This is not only a sector-based agenda, it's a structural bet on the resilience and prosperity of our nations. Recent crises, health, economic, and climate crisis have evidenced our vulnerabilities, but they've also reaffirmed a fundamental truth. Food security is a pillar of social cohesion, of sustainable development, and of democratic governance. Therefore, regarding this topic, I must say it's the core of public policies. In El Salvador, we promote this agenda within a context of institutional stabilization and consolidation resulting from the firm leadership and the strategic decisions adopted by Nayib Bukele. Our country has retrieved order and stability, allowing us to fully focus on the efforts for productive rebuilding and the strengthening of the agricultural sector. We know that security is not a purpose in itself, it's a foundation for development. For years, Salvadoran farmers face structural limitations, low levels of investment, lagging behind from the technological standpoint, and with high vulnerability. We had underutilized production. We are reversing this reality through policies aimed at modernization, inclusion, and sustainability with the purpose of ensuring Salvadorian families more food self-sufficiency. We've made progress through sustainable food models, the establishment of agro-markets and supply centers with more inclusive supply chains. This has been a great job by the Ministry of Agriculture and other government institutions in partnership with FAO, and through sound and ongoing technical cooperation, we've promoted strategic projects to foster climate resilience and territorial development. We thank the organization for their technical contributed to progress made. These efforts are reflected in specific actions such as sustainable agri-food systems targeted to healthy diets, resilient climate-resilient agriculture, digital transformation and productive streamlining, strengthening of the agricultural information system, active inclusion of women and youth in rural areas, and strategic intervention in priority areas, including the dry corridor within the 2022-2026 country framework. This is included and aligned with our national priorities. In this regard, I must highlight that in 2024, FAO executed in El Salvador $12.7 million in projects linked to agriculture, the environment, food security, and agricultural education. We currently have 10 ongoing projects and 3 in the pipeline, reflecting an outcome-oriented approach. We highlight the hand-in-hand initiative implemented in February 2022 with the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, with an investment $21.3 million benefiting over 24,000 farmers directly and another number indirectly. At the 2025 Food Forum, we presented the investment plan for the coffee value chain targeted to attract sustainable investment to territories with a high productive potential. We are convinced that productivity and sustainability don't exclude one another, but instead supplement one another, since there's no sustainable growth without good management of soil and water. There's no resilience without climate adaptation based on science, and we also need applied knowledge and technology. That's why we recognize the 4 priorities guiding this conference: efficient, inclusive, and sustainable production, ending hunger and achieving food security and nutrition, sustainable management of natural resources and climate change adaptation, and reducing inequalities and poverty and promoting resilience. El Salvador reasserts its commitment to these pillars and to efficient technical cooperation for specific impacts. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, with your valuable support, El Salvador was elected to be the venue of the 40th session of this regional conference to be held in 2028. For our country, this will be a high honor to again welcome you in the region after having hosted it over 20 years ago. We have renewed conditions, a consolidated environment of security, digital connectivity, and a recent experience in the organization of high-level events. We are ready to ensure that the 40th session of the FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, LOC 40, be efficient, safe, and of high impact for the whole of the region. But beyond logistics, we hope that this conference will be a strategic platform to consolidate regional commitments in climate change, agricultural innovation, productive inclusion, and territorial development. Latin America and the Caribbean, they have an enormous potential to decisively contribute to worldwide food security, and this will materialize once we reinforce our productive systems from a strategic standpoint and through effective cooperation and stable environments allowing to invest and produce in a framework of trust. Salvador is ready to do this. We are ready to strengthen partnerships, deepen cooperation with FAO, and actively contribute to a regional transformative agenda. We reiterate our commitment to multilateralism, but in an effective manner, with technical cooperation based on outcomes and with an FAO that comes close to the realities of our territories. The transformation of our agri-food systems is not an option, it's a historical responsibility with current and future generations. El Salvador is ready to do this together with you people. We expect to see you in 2028 in a new El Salvador. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señora vicecanciller.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Foreign Chair, for your kind words and for offering to host the next regional conference. Now, we will try to hear from Minister Mustafa once again. It is also now my honor to introduce the statement of the chairperson of the 30th session of the Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, held in Guyana in 2024. Thank you.
I hope you are hearing me now. Distinguished members, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address this 39th session of the FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. As chair of the 38th session, it is my duty to present a summary of its key outcomes and recommendations. The Cooperative Republic of Guyana was honored to host the 38th session, with the senior officers meeting held virtually from 11 to the...
Minister, I'm really sorry to interrupt you again. We have problems here in the room, in the plenary hall, and we can't hear you. I'm really sorry for this situation. Just a second, please.
Nosotros escuchamos súper bien en el Zoom.
Hearing us now?
Sí.
Minister, do you hear us?
We hear you.
Okay. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you once again, and I hope that we can have a clear, you could hear us clear now.
Yeah, we are hearing you very clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson, distinguished members, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address this 39th session of the FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. As chair of the 38th session, it is my duty to present a summary of its key outcomes and recommendations. The Cooperative Republic of Guyana was honored to host the 38th session, with the senior officers meeting held virtually from the 11th to the 14th of March 2024, and followed by the Ministerial session in hybrid format from the 18th to the 21st of March 2024. We extend our sincere appreciation to all 33 members' nations for their active engagement. The conference registered broad and high-level participation with 526 attendees at the senior officer meeting and 719 at the ministerial session, including a head of state, a prime minister, numerous ministers, vice ministers, ambassadors, and representatives from civil society, academia, and the private sector. The conference conducted a frank assessment of the regional outlook for food security and nutrition. While noting a recent decrease in the prevalence of undernourishment at the regional level, members expressed deep concern over the sharp increase in hunger within the Caribbean sub-region, acknowledged improvements in South America alongside persistent challenges in Mesoamerica and the Caribbean, highlighted that our region faces the highest cost of a healthy diet globally, recognized the acute vulnerability of small island developing states to climate change, disaster, and external shocks. In response to this complex panorama, the conference strongly supported international and regional efforts to accelerate progress towards eradicating hunger and poverty, including the Initiative for a Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. Members unanimously underscore the need for a sustained political commitment and coordinated action at all levels to achieve sustainable development, goals 1 and 2. A central conclusion was that financing for transforming our agri-food systems remain fragmented and insufficient. The conference emphasized the critical importance of mobilizing innovative and scale-up financing to eliminate hunger, guarantee the right to adequate food, and support the vital work of subnational governments in building efficient, inclusive, and resilient local food system. I hope at this conference that we can achieve some of these outcomes and move the process forward. In these endeavors, FAO's role in generating robust data and evidence to guide public policy and investment was acknowledged as indispensable. The conference further examined the imperative to reduce food loss and waste. It recommended that FAO intensify its support to members in implementing the food loss and waste model laws and the associated voluntary code of conduct through enhanced policy dialogue, knowledge exchange, and targeted technical assistance. Given the rapidly increasing risk facing the region, the conference stressed the urgency of strengthening resilience. This required transforming agri-food system through science, innovation, robust early warning system, and deeper regional cooperation. Madam Chair, at these conferences, we are setting targets. We are making recommendations. And if we come at conferences after conference, then we don't achieve these targets, then useless we sit and discuss these issues without having the objective being met. Members endorse the 4 regional priorities as the key mechanism for implementing the FAO Strategic Framework 2022 to 2031. They recommended that FAO provide integrated normative, technical, policy, and investment planning support to members through a cohesive, programmatic approach, ensuring greater impact and leaving no one behind. Support was also expressed for FAO's ongoing effort to modernize its country office network through transparent and inclusive consultation. The fundamental role of agri-food system was reaffirmed, not only in ensuring food security, but also in driving economic progress, promoting healthy diets, generating employment, and managing natural resources suitably through accelerating progress across the entire 2030 agenda. These are recommendations, these were discussions that took place at the 38th meeting in Guyana. I hope during the 39th session that we can review the achievement of these targeted objectives that we have set ourselves. Over the last 2 years, these were immediate objectives of the region to achieve these goals. And as we sat down this morning and during the next few days, let us look at the outcome, let us look at the objective, let us see how many targets we have met over the last 2 years. These are work that demands our immediate attention, because if we don't achieve these outcomes and objectives, then we'll fail the people in the region. On behalf of His Excellency, Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, and in my capacity as Chairman of the 38th session, I extend our profound gratitude to all members for the trust placed in Guyana to steer our regional dialogue. Guyana remains steadfastly committed to the collective work of this conference and to constructive collaboration with FAO. I take this opportunity to reaffirm our satisfaction with FAO's strategic direction and our conviction that the organization, normative work, technical cooperation, and resources mobilization capacity are more critical than ever. We look forward to continued partnership to tackle food insecurity and malnutrition, reduce poverty and inequality, and advance the transformation towards sustainable agri-food system across Latin America and the Caribbean. I hope in the next few days we can have strategic and honest discussion so that we can achieve these goals. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your attention.
As we follow the session's protocol, it is time to hear from the spokespersons of NGOs. Apologies. Next, we will have a statement by the chairperson of the Committee on World Food Security, who will be represented by Ambassador Jennifer Mojica Flores, the Vice Chair of the CFS.
Su Excelencia, señor Luis Rúa, Secretario de Comercio y Relaciones Internacionales del Ministerio de Agricultura, Su Excelencia, amiga, señora Fernanda Machiavelli, Viceministra de Desarrollo Agrario y Agricultura Familiar de Brasil, Presidente Independiente del Consejo de la FAO, señor Mina Riz, bienvenido a América. Honorables ministros y ministras, distinguidos delegados, amigos, colegas, señoras y señores. Es un privilegio para mí dirigirme a esta sesión 39 de la Conferencia Regional de la FAO para América Latina y el Caribe en nombre del presidente del Comité de Seguridad Alimentaria Mundial, el profesor Anas Al-Nabulsi, y en mi calidad de vicepresidenta de este comité. Quisiera expresar nuestras sinceras felicitaciones al gobierno de Brasil por acoger de manera tan fraterna esta importante reunión regional y expresar mi agradecimiento a la FAO por la invitación a ser parte. América Latina y el Caribe ha logrado importantes avances en la reducción del hambre y la inseguridad alimentaria, con experiencias exitosas como la de Brasil, que salió del mapa del hambre. La contribución de la región a la seguridad alimentaria y a la cooperación sur-sur y triangular la destacan como un referente en la transformación de los sistemas agroalimentarios. No obstante, en 2024, el 27% de la población no podía acceder a una dieta saludable, dieta que es una de las más costosas del mundo y hoy en día profundiza las desigualdades, aún más entre zonas rurales y urbanas, así como entre mujeres y hombres. Nuestra región ha demostrado recientemente su compromiso con la transformación de los sistemas agroalimentarios hacia una mayor sostenibilidad, resiliencia e inclusión, incluidos los debates celebrados en los foros pertinentes de las convenciones de Río, como la Conferencia sobre el Clima de la COP30 en Brasil y la COP16 sobre biodiversidad en Colombia. Lograr esta transformación requerirá una mayor financiación pública y privada internacional, y celebramos los esfuerzos y apoyo que la FAO está dando para movilizar recursos en consonancia con estos marcos normativos coherentes. Recientemente esta región ha enfrentado graves desafíos ambientales. El huracán Melissa afectó a Jamaica, Cuba y otros países de América Latina y el Caribe. Estos eventos ponen nuevamente de manifiesto la vulnerabilidad de los estados tropicales e insulares frente al cambio climático. Fortalecer acciones anticipatorias,
climate change, strengthening anticipatory actions, resilience, and risk-based governance remains key. Priorities that are being discussed at this regional conference, price inflation, the One Health approach, sustainable water and soil management, and resilience to multiple risks, require coherent, inclusive governance with campesino farmers, indigenous peoples, rural communities, and the private sector. Approaches must be science-based. These priorities are all addressed by the Committee on World Food Security. The CFS is an intergovernmental, multi-stakeholder platform for global policy convergence on food security and nutrition. It brings together government, civil society, indigenous peoples, the private sector, financial institutions, and the UN system, including, of course, FAO, IFAD, and WFP as founding partners. It is underpinned by independent scientific evidence produced by the high-level panel of experts. The CFS provides a unique space for multilateralism, a unique space for multi-stakeholder dialogue, and delivers consensus-based policy instruments that countries use to shape design national strategies, reform institutions, and strengthen accountability. The CFS voluntary guidelines on the progressive realization of participation, and the empowerment of women and girls have all been used to develop capacities and achieve the transformation. Agri-food systems has products that have guided reform in Latin America and the Caribbean. The CFS voluntary guidelines, for instance, on the progressive realization of the right to food, have now for over 20 years served as a fundamental reference for our region. They have informed the constitutional recognition of the right to food. They've guided national food security and nutrition strategies and have catalyzed the creation of observatories on the right to food and parliamentary fronts against hunger. They have also strengthened inclusive governance mechanisms in countries such as Brazil, Guatemala, Honduras, Bolivia, El Salvador, and Mexico. The voluntary guidelines on the responsible tenure of land, fisheries, and forests, approved in 2012, have been useful in Colombia. They guided the multi-stakeholder dialogue and contributed to land tenure reform for the implementation of the peace agreement. In Guatemala, policy from 2013 specifically mentioned these guidelines as a guiding framework. In Granada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and St. Lucia have applied national land banks aligned with the principles of the guidelines to promote equitable access. According to the report on the state of tenure published by FAO this year, since the voluntary guidelines on land tenure were endorsed in 2012, 71 countries, that's 36% globally, have undertaken some kind of policy on land reform. Of these, 27 countries have specifically referenced the BGTs in their laws or policies on land. In this region, 10 countries have implemented the BGTs: Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Panama, and Peru. I would like to share some relevant results of the CFS that were debated during the second Conference on Agrarian Reform and Rural Development, ICAR 20, that took place last week in Cartagena. This conference was of special importance, given that it provided a strategic forum in which to reaffirm political commitments on land tenure, agrarian reform, ending poverty and hunger, climate justice, and the sustainable transformation of food systems toward the effective realization of the human right to food. The conference reiterated the importance of strengthening the implementation and optimizing the uptake of the BGTs, as well as the key role of the CFS to promote the outcomes of the ICAR Plus 20 conference, which will have to be dealt with in COFI and the FAO Council. CFS will provide a space to strengthen the implementation of these recommendations, especially in the high-level forum, which will be held in 2027. Distinguished delegates, as an implementing partner of the CFS, FAO actively integrates products in its technical cooperation in the region, which is why we would like to invite country and regional offices to use these products, guidelines, and recommendations to guide their strategic frameworks and programs of work in support of members. As we celebrate the International Year of the Farmer 2026, we invite you to celebrate the implementation of these instruments, especially the guidelines on empowerment, strengthen the implementation. CFS also collaborates with UN Coordination Hub and the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. These are extremely relevant initiatives that link CFS policy guidance country-level transformation pathways. The added value of CFS lies in both its voluntary policy products and its inclusive governance model. By bringing diverse stakeholders to the same table and grounding decisions in science and human rights, the CFS strengthens legitimacy, ownership, and accountability. This inclusive approach contributes to lasting impact. In 2026, the CFS is advancing a policy convergence process to build resilient food systems, and this is a process that I support as rapporteur. The aim here is to support countries that face climate shock volatility, price volatility, and systemic risks. I invite you all to take active part, sharing your experiences so that we can co-create a tool that reflects regional realities and solutions. Last, I cordially invite you to actively participate in the 54th plenary session of the CFS in October. Together, strengthen governance and collective action can ensure that agri-food systems in Latin America and the Caribbean can be resilient, inclusive, and leave no one behind. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos la presentación de la declaración del Comité de Seguridad Alimentaria Mundial presentada
CFS for the comments delivered by Ms. Jennifer Mojica Flores as Vice Chair.
En este momento continuaremos
Now, we will continue with the statement by the spokesperson of the Civil Society Organization, Ms. Laura Fernandez Bautista. The spokesperson for these organizations will deliver this statement. You have the floor. Good morning. We, the organizations, peoples, and movements of civil society of Latin America and the Caribbean, peasant farmers, family farmers, indigenous peoples, Afro-descendant peoples, artisanal fisher folks, herders, gatherers, women, youth, consumers, persons with disabilities, and urban declare that our region is facing a deep, multiple crisis that includes the climate, food, economy, social sphere, culture, care, and democracy. This crisis has worsened and disproportionately affects those who support life. It's exacerbated by external crises, debt, inflation, and dysregulated, unsustainable development models, as well as differentiated impact on small island states in the Caribbean. The rising corporate seizure of agri-food systems, the mercantilization of nature, the imposition of false solutions, and systematic exclusion of peoples in decision-making continue to undermine the human right to adequate food and nutrition. Faced with this scenario, we reiterate our commitment to food sovereignty and safeguarding life across all its dimensions. As collective rights holders, state that there cannot be true transformation of food systems nor eradication of hunger in the absence of democratic, ethical, participatory governance that places people's territories and social and economic justice at its heart. This governance must guarantee free, prior, and informed consent and ensure binding participation at all phases of the cycle of public policies, especially food policies. In this context, civil society calls for the establishment of a working group jointly with FAO to draft a regional roadmap that would deepen mechanisms for dialogue and strengthen the co-construction of public policies that would be based on human rights and food sovereignty. This process must recognize our regional experience as a reference within global spaces, especially the CFS and the Civil Society and Indigenous Peoples Mechanism, the CSIPM. In order to do so, it is indispensable to incorporate historical reparations, to tackle structural racism, advance environmental and gender justice, and reduce gaps that affect Afro-descendants, indigenous peoples, people with disabilities, and peasant farmers, guaranteeing collective rights and intergenerational justice. We affirm that true growth is to prioritize collective human and animal health that are inseparable from food sovereignty and nutrition. This entails addressing the consumption of ultra-processed foods that harm health and territories. We call for the fostering of an agroecological transition at all scales, protecting campesino food systems, indigenous and Afro-descendant food systems, seed systems, guaranteeing equitable access to land, water, production, and information, especially for women and youth. The climate crisis is also a governance crisis. Advancing toward climate justice requires territorial, anti-racist, gender-based approaches. We must recognize those solutions that have been built through the knowledge of indigenous peoples and communities to protect forest lands, seas, and territories from land grabbing. Without territory, there can be no future. We reject the processes of digitalization and the so-called blue transformation so long as they lack adequate regulation, full participation, transparency, or deepen inequalities or technological dependence. These initiatives must be guided by the principles of accountability, cooperation, and democratic governance. We call for sustainable systemic transformation to reduce inequalities and poverty through integrated public policies that must also be participatory and consistent with agreed international frameworks that promote historic and universal social protection, advance agrarian, rural reform, reforms that are fair, establish direct funding mechanisms that is sufficient and does not generate debt for family farmers and small-scale fisherfolk. This diverse living region affirms that we are already making the changes that the world needs. We support life on our territories. We take care of our seeds, knowledge, and water, and continue to engender fair, solidarity-based systems that live in harmony with life. We express our disagreement with the positions of Paraguay, Argentina, Peru, and Costa Rica. Although we do not, as civil society, feel represented by the ICARD Plus 20 declaration, we recognize the importance of viewing agrarian reform as a tool that contributes to food sovereignty. That is why we issue a vigorous call to place agrarian reform as a key pillar in your plans and actions. The right to the self-determination of peoples, lands, waters, and seas, and call for the concerted convergence of the social movements of the world to drive a truly systemic inclusive transformation. We express solidarity been affected by invasions that violate their sovereignty. Latin America and the Caribbean are and always will be a land of peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Hernandez, for your words. Now we will give the floor to the private sector through Aline Moreno. Ms. Moreno, you have the floor.
Muy buenos días. Con su venia, distinguidos presidentes y representantes de diferentes gobiernos. El sector privado de América Latina y el Caribe, representativo de los sistemas agroalimentarios, pecuarios, pesqueros, forestales, acuícolas, avícolas y del procesamiento, distribución y comercialización de alimentos y bebidas, reafirma su apoyo a las 4 mejoras de la FAO y destaca la importancia de la cooperación público-privada basada en la ciencia para fortalecer los sistemas alimentarios inclusivos, sostenibles y combatir el hambre y la malnutrición. Nuestra región enfrenta el desafío de garantizar alimentos suficientes y saludables frente al crecimiento poblacional y las presiones climáticas y económicas, a pesar de contar con abundantes recursos naturales. En respuesta, el sector privado plantea una serie de propuestas estratégicas. Fortalecer la institucionalidad agropecuaria y pesquera, reconociendo el sector privado como un actor estratégico para asegurar una producción sostenible y asociativa. Impulsar la investigación, innovación y extensionismo mediante la cooperación público-privada, cerrando brechas de conocimiento y empoderando a pequeños productores, gremios y cooperativas. Promover transiciones hacia modelos productivos sostenibles con enfoque de una sola salud, sanidad y bienestar animal, fortaleciendo la seguridad alimentaria y facilitando el acceso a mercados internacionales con apoyo técnico de la FAO. Existe un consenso sobre la urgencia de erradicar el hambre y todas las formas de malnutrición en una región marcada por la pobreza, desigualdad y brechas de acceso a dietas asequibles. Para ello se requieren políticas integrales y coherentes basadas en evidencia científica y entre las prioridades del sector destacan la formulación de políticas públicas que reconozcan el papel de la industria en la innovación, fortificación de alimentos y desarrollo de productos seguros y asequibles. Reafirmación del Códex Alimentario como un pilar de la inocuidad y armonización normativa para un comercio justo. Apoyo a programas de alimentación básica y escolar con excelencia nutricional y prioridad en el abasto local. Revalorización de la proteína animal por su alto valor nutricional. Impulso a la educación del consumidor a través de programas que promuevan el consumo informado y hábitos de vida saludables, integrando alimentación, actividad física y descanso. El sector privado respalda políticas públicas para una producción sostenible basadas en evidencia científica y adaptadas a cada uno de los países. Sus propuestas incluyen impulsar enfoques progresivos y resilientes mediante incentivos, financiamiento y desarrollo de capacidades, fortalecer la cooperación público-privada para facilitar el acceso a conocimientos, certificaciones, trazabilidad y capacitación técnica, fomentar la economía circular en la gestión de residuos, uso eficiente de recursos y reducción de pérdidas alimentarias, promover el comercio agroalimentario interregional mediante diálogo y cooperación, evitando barreras que afecten a países productores. Para reducir la pobreza y desigualdad y fortalecer comunidades rurales y costeras, se requieren políticas que promuevan crecimiento sostenible, empleo justo e integración productiva. Estas medidas facilitan la integración generacional y hacen que el sector agroalimentario sea una opción atractiva y viable. El sector privado plantea prioridades para el desarrollo territorial y social, como promover el empleo, el valor agregado local y la inversión, así como la formación técnica en zonas rurales y costeras, optimizar infraestructuras, fortalecer la conectividad y fomentar la innovación y la adopción de la tecnología. Fortalecer cooperativas y organizaciones de productores, fomentando una participación activa de mujeres y jóvenes. Establecer marcos legales adecuados, asesoría técnica y acceso a financiamiento para formalizar actividades, integrar procesos productivos y desarrollar modelos inclusivos de la producción.
The private sector of Latin America and the Caribbean reasserts its commitment to collaborate with FAO and member nations to promote the transformation of agri-food systems to more inclusive, competitive and sustainable models. We propose an ongoing dialogue mechanism as well as an agenda for action with outlined indicators facilitating the monitoring of fulfillment of the commitments undertaken until the next regional conference takes place with a view to the year 2030. Thank you very much. We thank you for this statement. We will now continue with the statement of the Parliamentary Fronts Against Hunger made by Soraya Suarez, Regional Coordinator of the Parliamentary Fronts Against Hunger of Latin America and the Caribbean. You have the floor. Good morning. Authorities present here today on behalf of the Parliamentary Front Against Hunger in Latin America and the Caribbean. I'd like to first of all thank you for the invitation to participate for a first time in the FAO Regional Conference. We very especially thank FAO Director General Chu Jong-yu and Mr. René Orellana, ADG, and Regional Representative for Latin America and the Caribbean for the organization's ongoing support to the work of the Front, to the government of Brazil for hosting this conference, and to Federal Representative Father João, coordinator of the Parliamentary Front Against Hunger in Brazil, for his leadership and commitment. To Laura Cito, who coordinates South American affairs. The Parliamentary Front Against Hunger celebrates its 17 years of uninterrupted work, over 100 laws enacted in the region, directly linked to achievement of SDG 2. This is the best evidence that when parliaments are organized, their impact is effective. It has been possible to walk along this path thanks to the technical support of the FAO Regional Office through the project in support of the Initiative for Free Hunger ALC, also backed by Spain, and the Mesoamerican Hunger Free Program, funded by Mexican Corporation, a virtuous partnership between politics, the technical sector, and international cooperation, which is one of our region's greatest assets. Brazil plays a very special role in this history. In 2009, it inspired the parliamentary fronts to expand to the whole of Latin America and the Caribbean. Since then, this seed became a live network that is present nowadays in 21 national parliaments and 5 regional and sub-regional parliaments, including over 400 legislators. The latest data show mixed signs. On the one hand, Latin America and the Caribbean has been able to reduce moderate or serious food insecurity, but at the same time, the region faces persistent structural challenges. The highest cost worldwide to access a healthy diet, profound gender gaps, inequalities among sub-regions, and the increasingly visible impacts of climate change on our agri-food systems. These challenges call upon us to strengthen robust legislative frameworks, deepening the joint work with executive branches of government, academia, particularly through the Right to Food Observatory and civil society, to ensure that food security and nutrition policies are not only written on paper. At the institution level, I'd like to underscore the launch in 2024 of the Ibero-American and Caribbean Parliamentary Alliance for Food Security at the SEGIP headquarters in Madrid. This bi-regional alliance, bringing together Latin America, the Caribbean, Spain, and Portugal, enhance our political horizons and strengthen our global advocacy capacity. Its main instrument, the Food First Parliamentary Pact, launched by the Mexican Senate in 2025, that has already been ratified by the parliaments of Mexico, Guatemala, Chile, and is soon to be ratified this month by the Dominican Republic. And I greet the Minister of Agriculture of our country, Mr. Oliverio Pajar, and his delegation. Thank you, Minister. And also Manuel Robles. These last few years, we have also reinforced our cross-cutting agenda: gender, youth, indigenous peoples, climate change, and resource mobilization. The guide on gender, hunger, and malnutrition, legislative recommendations for the Sanselat Plan, and our statement regarding COP30, affirming inter alia, without climate action, there will be no food security. Therefore, this regional conference, parliaments coordinating their work within the Parliamentary Front Against Hunger, we assert our commitment to translate FAO priorities and the state's commitments into laws, budgets, and oversight mechanisms, consolidating the right to food as a true state policy, socially legitimized. Likewise, we propose contributing to the global efforts against hunger, including the G20 Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty promoted by the governments of Brazil and Spain, and the third Parliamentary Summit Against Hunger and Malnutrition to be held this year in South Africa. Finally, we reiterate our willingness to continue working hand in hand, and we respectfully request that technical support to our Parliamentary Front Against Hunger is maintained and strengthened, as well as to the Ibero-American and Caribbean Parliamentary Alliance, because we know that when support is ongoing, outcomes reach out to our territories and peoples. Hunger does not wait, and policies, when used to serve human dignity, must not do so either. Thank you very much. We thank the regional coordinator of the Parliamentary Fronts Against Hunger for her statement. To conclude, we will now give the floor to the scientific and academic sector statement to be made by Marcela Vizcarra Catalán, spokesperson for this sector. This spokesperson's office proposes that the agri-food transformation system be based on technical capabilities, strengthening ethical leaderships and governance schemes, allowing the exchange of knowledge and participation of communities on the ground. We deem it urgent to consolidate mechanisms for the transfer and participatory development of technology with communities and their territories, with international organizations, as well as with public, private, and civil society organizations, stakeholders. We propose the 4 FAO regional priorities mainstreaming science as a cross-cutting pillar, respecting ancestral knowledge and territorial pertinence. Regarding regional priority 1, efficient, inclusive, and sustainable production, this group proposes the management of multi-level training systems and dynamic technology transfer platforms, setting up partnerships for development and access to emerging technological tools, appraising ancestral knowledge. The core objective is to ensure that scientific innovation be contextualized and that it reaches out effectively and practically to all producers, local governments, and territorial leaders. It is essential to seek the democratization of academic knowledge through accessible, transparent, and free knowledge management systems, ensuring research and innovation directly serve the peoples and communities. Regarding regional priority 2, ending hunger and achieving food security, this priority is based on malnutrition and food insecurity, which is a matter of concern, seeking to bring about changes in food-related behaviors and environments. In order to address the above, it is necessary to have a robust scientific database allowing the implementation of public policies. We propose to implement an open information system to transform agri-food systems with a governance model based on social justice. This system will allow us to monitor food security, nutritional and environmental indicators, seeking health, food production and consumption, respecting ancestral knowledge, fostering food education, and exchanging knowledge. For this purpose, it is necessary to provide the academia with the necessary conditions so it can generate scientific evidence to foster healthy, safe, sustainable, and affordable diets based on regional biodiversity. Regional priority 3, sustainable management and climate change adaptation. Environmental resilience calls for policy from governments that are aware of the impact of actions damaging ecosystems, seeking to promote participatory rural innovation based on collective construction and profound knowledge dialogues. We advocate for an integration or mainstreaming of scientific knowledge, promoting collective local regulation and facilitate the generation of technologies adapted to rural transformation and the protection of ecosystem. We recommend that the governments of Latin American and Caribbean countries make sure that there is more integrated regional co-financing of research that must be targeted to capacity building for transformation of food systems based on open and citizen science, allowing a technically and socially responsible resource management. Regional priority 4, reducing inequalities and resilience. To ensure a decent life, it is necessary to close the gap between the scientific community and decision makers on the ground in the generation of public policy. This sector proposes that the capacity building must include the ethical use and management of emerging technologies and the development of massive information media to improve rural quality of life. To conclude, the transformation of food systems to ensure quality food for the communities and minimizing environmental impacts will only be possible if it is grounded on open, participatory, and duly funded science, placing human well-being and our planet's sustainability at the core of the regional political agenda. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos a las distinguidas autoridades
Thank
y a los portavoces
distinguished
de los
authorities and
sectores no
spokespersons
gubernamentales
of the
por estas valiosas
non-governmental sectors
intervenciones,
for these
así como a todos los
valuable
representantes que han
statements, as well as
participado en
all the
esta primera parte
participants
de la
who have taken
ceremonia
part in this
inaugural.
first part of the inaugural
En este momento
ceremony.
haremos una breve
We will
pausa
now
para
take a quick
continuar con
break
esta sesión
so
que
that we
recibirá
can
al
then resume this
excelentísimo
session
señor presidente de la República
with
Federativa de
the
Brasil, Luis
President
Ignacio
of the
Lula da
Federative
Silva,
Republic
y al
of
director
Brazil,
general de la
Mr.
FAO,
Ignacio Lula da
Chu
Silva, and
Dong-yu.
Director General of FAO,
Debido
Chu
a arreglos
Dong-yu.
protocolares, se
To
solicita a todas las
protocol,
delegaciones
we
que puedan
request
tomar sus
that
pertenencias,
all
dado que la disposición del salón será reconfigurada
delegations
para la
take their
llegada del señor
belongings
presidente.
with them, given that the room will have to be
Solicitamos muy
reconfigured
cordialmente a los presentes
to greet His
salir del salón
Excellency.
plenario
And
para
we
realizar
please
los
ask
arreglos
you
correspondientes
all to
y
leave the
muchas
plenary
gracias
hall so that we
nuevamente por
can make the
habernos
necessary
acompañado.
arrangements. Thank you very much for being with us for the first part of the inaugural ceremony.
Sí, salió bien. Salió bien, salió bien.
Bienvenidas y bienvenidos a la 39ª Conferencia Regional de la FAO para América Latina y el Caribe. Brasilia es el escenario de este encuentro regional. Una ciudad concebida como símbolo de integración y modernidad, reconocida por su arquitectura, su historia y su vocación de diálogo. En esta conferencia se reflejarán tanto los desafíos como el potencial de la región para avanzar hacia la transformación de los sistemas agroalimentarios y un desarrollo sostenible que equilibre las dimensiones económica, social y ambiental. Según las últimas estimaciones de la FAO, América Latina y el Caribe ha registrado avances importantes en la reducción del hambre y la inseguridad alimentaria. Estos progresos demuestran que la acción coordinada funciona. Sin embargo, aún queda trabajo por realizar. Hoy, más de 33 millones de personas en la región aún sufren hambre. Son 33 millones de historias humanas, 33 millones de razones para acelerar la acción. Durante esta conferencia regional, representantes de los países miembros dialogarán para impulsar soluciones regionales y reforzar la acción colectiva para lograr una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Con responsabilidad compartida y visión de largo plazo, esta conferencia regional marca un nuevo paso en el fortalecimiento de sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles en beneficio de las personas, los territorios y las generaciones futuras. La región mira a quienes estamos aquí. Este es el momento. Este es el lugar. Y ustedes son protagonistas de la transformación de los sistemas agroalimentarios. Acompáñennos. Bienvenidas y bienvenidos a la 39ª Conferencia Regional de la FAO para América Latina y el Caribe. Brasilia es el escenario de este encuentro regional. Una ciudad concebida como símbolo de integración y modernidad, reconocida por su arquitectura, su historia y su vocación de diálogo. En esta conferencia se reflejarán tanto los desafíos como el potencial de la región para avanzar hacia la transformación de los sistemas agroalimentarios y un desarrollo sostenible que equilibre las dimensiones económica, social y ambiental. Según las últimas estimaciones de la FAO, América Latina y el Caribe ha registrado avances importantes en la reducción del hambre y la inseguridad alimentaria. Estos progresos demuestran que la acción coordinada funciona. Sin embargo, aún queda trabajo por realizar. Hoy, más de 33 millones de personas en la región aún sufren hambre. Son 33 millones de historias humanas, 33 millones de razones para acelerar la acción. Durante esta conferencia regional, representantes de los países miembros dialogarán para impulsar soluciones regionales y reforzar la acción colectiva para lograr una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Con responsabilidad compartida y visión de largo plazo, esta conferencia regional marca un nuevo paso en el fortalecimiento de sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles en beneficio de las personas, los territorios y las generaciones futuras. La región mira a quienes estamos aquí. Este es el momento. Este es el lugar. Y ustedes son protagonistas de la transformación de los sistemas agroalimentarios. Acompáñennos.
Aqui no Brasil, protagonismo tem nome, rosto e história. Pela segunda vez, saímos do mapa da fome da ONU. A insegurança alimentar grave teve redução histórica. A extrema pobreza atingiu o menor nível em 30 anos. Por trás desses resultados, há um Estado que identifica vulnerabilidades e conecta milhões de pessoas às políticas públicas graças ao cadastro único. O programa Bolsa Família garante comida na mesa e renda acima da linha da pobreza para as famílias brasileiras. Com o Plano Safra e o Pronaf, ampliamos o crédito rural, incentivando produção de alimentos saudáveis e transição agroecológica. Com o Terra da Gente e o Programa de Aquisição de Alimentos, alimentos da agricultura familiar chegam às escolas, cozinhas solidárias e à mesa de quem precisa. No Brasil, produzir é preservar. Ampliamos tecnologias de baixa emissão com o Plano ABC+, recuperando áreas degradadas sem desmatamento com o Caminho Verde Brasil e fortalecendo a produção sustentável com a integração lavoura, pecuária e floresta. Também fomos reconhecidos pela FAO, pela Rede de Laboratórios Federais de Defesa Agropecuária, que garante a credibilidade sanitária ao país. O governo do Brasil constrói um verdadeiro ecossistema de superação. Garante direitos com o Sistema Único de Assistência Social. Leva água onde antes havia escassez com o programa Cisternas. Promove inclusão socioeconômica com o Acredita no
Ô, Batata, qual é o nome do nosso colega do áudio? Esqueci o nome dele. Seu Miyagi. Beleza. Eu tô sentindo que quando o pessoal tá falando mais próximo, ele tá distorcendo o sinal. Oi. Ei, som. Ei. Ei, som. Ei, aí. E. Pode ser, viu? Você traz os dois churi, que eu coloco um aqui e um lá pro TR, caso ele fale ele na mesa, entendeu? Pode ser? Tem dois? Ou tem só um? Então traz ele aí, pra nós. Mais uma vez pedimos que haja celeridade e que todos tomem os seus assentos, por gentileza. Pedimos que aqueles que estão do lado externo do auditório entrem e se acomodem, por favor. E a todos os presentes pedimos que tomem os seus assentos e se acomodem, por gentileza. E mantenham seus celulares no modo silencioso.
Pero ellos van a venir todos juntos, usted también porque está.
Mais uma vez, pedimos a todos que tomem os seus assentos, por favor. Pedimos que se acomodem, por gentileza. Pedimos, por favor, que de maneira célere todos se acomodem imediatamente para darmos início à nossa programação. Senhoras e senhores, dentro de pouquíssimos instantes, terá início a sessão de abertura da 30ª Conferência Regional da FAO para a América Latina e o Caribe. Solicitamos a todas e a todos que tomem os seus assentos, por favor, e mantenham seus celulares no modo silencioso. Informamos também que a interpretação para espanhol, inglês, francês e português nos dispositivos de transmissão entregues na entrada da sala e também no Zoom para os participantes virtuais. Senhoras e senhores, pedimos encarecidamente que todos tomem os seus assentos, por favor. Precisamos iniciar a nossa programação. É de suma importância que todos se assentem e se acomodem, por favor. Pedimos que haja celeridade. Senhoras e senhores, o presidente da
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic, Mr. Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, and Madam Janja Lula da Silva, with the Director General of the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, the Ministers of State for Foreign Affairs, Minister of Agriculture and Livestock, Mr. Carlos Favaro, and also Mr. Wellington Dias, Minister for Assistance to Hungary, the Underdirector of the FAO and Regional Representative for Latin America and the Caribbean, Mr. René Orellana. We are now going to have the comments by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Mauro Vieira.
Excelentíssimo
Mr. Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, Your Excellency, President of the Republic, Madam Janja da Silva, Director General of FAO, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, and colleagues from the diplomatic body. It is an honor for Brazil to host in Brasilia the 39th Regional Conference of the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organizations for Latin America and Caribbean in the year when the organization comes to its 80th year of existence. This is the fourth time that Brazil hosts the regional conference and the second time that we hold it in this building, the Itamaraty Palace, which is the Brazilian symbol for its diplomacy, a symbol of our historic commitment to peace, development, fighting hunger and food security. The attendance of the President of the Republic shows how important this conference is throughout his history. Brazil has, President Lula has been an international leadership in the right to adequate food and in the global mobilizing against hunger and poverty. Under the leadership of President Lula, Brazil has placed the fight against hunger once more at the center of the national policies of the country, leading the world hunger map, and also in the international agenda, creating the global alliance against hunger and poverty. We would also like to acknowledge the important role of the First Lady, Madam Janja Lula da Silva, with the commitments with social commitment and the rights to food, as it will be acknowledged here by FAO today. Ladies and gentlemen, Latin America and the Caribbean, they play a strategic role in global food security. We are big producers of food and an agri-food innovative powerhouse, very much connected to the land, waters, and forests. We are the first region of taking on the collective commitment of eradicating hunger. But we also know, as taught by Brazilian Josué de Castro, that hunger is not a natural phenomenon, but a human creation. And this is a current concept because hunger is a result of inequalities, exclusions, and political choices, and thus can and should be overcome through firm political decisions and coordinated sound action. Recent results are encouraging but insufficient. Millions of people still face food insecurity in the world. The current challenge is not just to produce more, but to ensure access, reduce inequality, and strengthen resilience vis-a-vis economic and climate crisis. By hosting this conference, Brazil once more reaffirms its conviction that multilateralism should produce concrete benefits for our population. Few goals are as urgent as ensuring that no one else goes hungry. Hopefully, this meeting shall provide clear guidance, sound commitments at the level of the importance of our people. Welcome all of you to Brasilia, and I'd like to wish all of you a fruitful and successful conference. Once more, I'd like to thank the President for attending this conference. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for being here with us. Now, in the capacity of the co-chair of the 39th session of the Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, we would like to invite the Minister of State of Agrarian Development and and Family Farming, Mr. Paulo Teixeira. You have the floor, sir. Good morning, everyone. I would like to greet our President, Mr. Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, President of the Republic, the First Lady, Madam Janja da Silva, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Brazil, Mr. Mauro Vieira, the FAO Director General, and I would also like to extend my greetings to our Minister of Agriculture, Livestock, Mr. Carlos Favaro, Social Development, Wellington Diaz, the Minister of Fish and Agriculture, André de Paula, and the Deputy Director and Regional Representative for FAO here in Latin American Caribbean, the Executive Secretary, José Graziano, former Director General for FAO. It is, ladies and gentlemen, a great joy to host ministers and delegates from countries from the Caribbean and Latin America in the 39th Regional Conference of FAO. This conference is being held after the 38th conference that actually took place in Georgetown, Guyana. Brings us to an important cycle of international chairmanships that Brazil has held in the third term in office by President Lula. Having chaired the G20, the BRICS, and the UN Environment Conference. So the parties where agriculture and the environment have been critical. During Brazil's presidency, we launched the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, an initiative that received strong support from FAO and many of the countries here represented for the first time. The G20 and BRICS agricultural ministerial declarations of this biennium explicitly recognize family farming as one of the pillars of the global agricultural agenda, alongside agroecology and sustainable transformation of food system, which also featured prominently at COP30. None of this would have been possible without the institutional accumulation of continuous regional dialogues and policy exchanges built over 2 decades here in Latin America and the Caribbean, in close partnership with FAO. Today, we know, based on FAO's own data, that family farming is an essential part of the solution to the major crises of our time: hunger, poverty, and environmental-related issues. Thus, it is essential for us to support family farming with policies that offer access to land, credit, technical assistance, public procurement, incentivizing cooperativism, and also strengthening women's economic autonomy, as well as traditional peoples, indigenous peoples, and young people. Brazil's experience shows that investing in family farming is decisive in the fight against hunger. Brazil left the hunger map in 2014, and once again it left the hunger map in 2025 with the return of President Lula after years of negative results, thanks to a comprehensive set of public policies where family farming plays a central role. And it is in this period that we take part in the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, whose office was inaugurated by President Lula in Rome yesterday. The First Lady, Lula da Silva, inaugurated the Alliance's office here in Brasilia. Food sovereignty depends on the capacity of each nation of producing food, but it also depends on something which is more essential: peace. Peace in rural areas and peace amongst nations. We cannot sit quietly and accept massively irresponsible actions that violate international law and put at risk the lives of millions of people, such as the ones that we have been seeing in the Caribbean in recent months. In addition to ongoing conflicts in the Middle East, Africa, and Eastern Europe, we need to find negotiated solutions for economic geopolitical disputes affecting our region, grounded in respect for each nation's sovereignty and on international law. Recently, we took part in the Second International Conference on Agrarian Reform and Rural Development, held in the Caribbean city of Cartagena in the Indies, 20 years after the first conference, which was hosted in Brazil, in Porto Alegre. One of the big achievements of that process was the adoption of the voluntary guidelines on the responsible governance of tenure of land, forests, and fisheries, which remain the main international normative framework on land policies. And in Brazil, the creation of the Ministry of Agrarian Development and Family Farming is part of an effort of facing a socially unjust and economically inefficient historic situation. In the third term in office by President Lula, we took again to the agrarian reform, increasing the number of settled families and actually breaking records as far as the recognition of Quilombola territories, our Afro-descendant rural communities. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is currently undergoing a transition, a shift from production systems predominantly based on chemical inputs, systems increasingly based on biological inputs. Although there is clear evidence that this transition is already underway, it urgently needs to be accelerated. Its pace will depend on the quality of the joint decisions and actions taken by governments, civil society, private sector, and the scientific community to accelerate the agroecological and agroforestry transition. It is necessary to invest in productive systems of family farmers and peasants, including youth, indigenous peoples, Afro-descendant rural communities, traditional peoples and communities, small-scale fishers, livestock keepers, agrarian farm settlers, and rural workers. They are pioneers of productive models that generate income, provide diverse and healthy food, sequester carbon, are more resilient to climate shocks, and preserve and restore biodiversity, soils, and water resources. This year, Brazil will actively take part in the 3 major environmental conferences under the Rio Conventions on Climate, Biodiversity, and Desertification. And we will take to these 3 conferences a clear message that we took to COP30 last year. The agroecological and agroforestry transition is an essential part of the sustainable transformation of global agri-food systems. None of the achievements experienced in our regions today would have been possible or even sustained over the past decades without the invaluable support of FAO, the vision of its directors, and the tireless work done by its teams. We rely on the same spirit of cooperation among the peoples and governments of our region to achieve these shared objectives in partnership with FAO, which in 2026 celebrates its 80th anniversary. Congratulations to FAO on its 80 years. May this conference further strengthen dialogue among the countries of our region and contribute to building a future of shared prosperity, sustainability, and peace in the countryside and among the nations of our region. I wish all of you a excellent regional conference. We now, in the capacity of a co-chair of the 39th session of the Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, we would like to invite to use the floor the Minister of State of Agriculture and Livestock, Mr. Carlos Favre.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Lula da Silva, Our Excellency, the First Lady, Janja da Silva, I also like to greet Mr. Chu, DG of the FAO. And I also would like to greet all my colleagues, cabinet ministers from Brazil, and foreign guests that are visiting us, other authorities, ladies and gentlemen. It's with great pleasure that I am here together, united with the agriculture ministers of Latin America and from the Caribbean region. For Brazil, it is a great honor to host the 39th session of the Regional Conference of FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean region. 34 ministers of state are discussing here strategic and urgent issues like inflation of food prices, the threat to animal health and vegetable food, and managing soil and water. We want to strengthen the food systems. This is a task that demands cooperation, dialogue, and commitments with science. Each country represented here, Mr. President, brings valuable experiences and experiments, and we have the duty to share them. Hunger is a scourge that is incompatible with the human being. And Brazil, under the leadership of President Lula, has a lot to contribute with concrete actions, as was already said here. We're very proud, Mr. President, of your leadership, and with Janja's leadership, once again, we have lifted Brazil and took it out of the map, of the hunger map, and we can contribute with global action in this sense. Last year, when we hosted COP30 in the city of Belém, we presented a robust set of actions that can enhance sustainable agriculture for producing food. And I would like to highlight the role of science and technology that we developed by INBRAV, the Brazilian agriculture research company that belongs to the state. And we keep a sustainable production. And it's also an honor to share the advances that we have in biofuels, innovation and excellency, so that in the year 2026, we managed to have a registration of 136 new inputs, biological inputs in the agricultural ministry that we give a chart. This is a record that shows the dynamism of this sector. Today in Brazil, more than 80% of our soybean growers, they use biological fixation of nitrogen, reducing cost, diminishing their reliance on fertilizers that are nitrogen, and contributing for the mitigations of carbon emissions. This result is supported by 3 pillars in the regulatory framework that is stable, in the defense of livestock that is based on science, and a network between private and public sector research and development, and technical assistance that we got given. In the same way, we advance in the ABC Master Program that promotes sustainable good practices, integrating forest, livestock, and agriculture. We also launched a program, Green Road for Brazil, that has as a purpose to reclaim degraded area and take them for food production. In the term of President Lula, we have made already available to the Brazilian producers and farmers more than 51 billion reais with affordable interest rates and grace period and grace period for 10 years of amortizing the investments. With that, we are transforming degraded areas in productive areas in the order of 2-3 million hectares per year. We also worked to guarantee equitable access to technologies and to the small and medium-sized farmers. With the results of these incentives, we have harvested the largest, we've reached 350 million grains. It's our largest harvest, and we have 700 million of sugarcane and 35 million tons of animal protein, 50 million tons of hortifruit, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. 1.2 billion tons have come out from the countryside every year in Brazil. This surplus of food makes us have prices that are more affordable for food quality, and to fight hunger, which is one of the major policies of our government. Our agriculture and livestock system combines with sanitation, defense, clear-cut rules for the commercialization and intense production. I also would like to highlight the recent accreditation of FAO for the federal lab in the defense of agriculture and livestock. It's a research reference center to strengthen the local capacity, the regional capacity, and a sanitation and sanitary diagnosis and regionalization, which is exempted to avoid commercial breakdowns. I would like to reinforce that Brazil is delivering climate with adaptation and mitigation in its strategies to intensify in a sustainable way. We keep 1/3 of the Brazilian territory that is covered by native forests on the basis of a robust forest code, and at the same time, we are one of the largest exporters of food in the world. So, due to all the progress and the extreme climate events, we advocate continuous investment in research and development in genetic improvement and risk management. And we also reaffirm the efforts that we have with tropical countries that should be acknowledged in the trade negotiations, avoiding trade barriers or non-trade barriers linked to climate change and environment. I also would like to highlight 4 strategic priorities so that the FAO can support here for our region. The first one, to strengthen science and innovation. Second, to enhance cooperation in the technical field, sharing experiments and experience of the countries in the region. Third, to opening of the markets based in science and what refers to the expansion of agriculture and livestock market, and to reinforce action of the multilateral fora. And only this way we can integrate the regions, countries, and we can fight together hunger. In 2025, Brazil once again has left the hunger map. We have a lot to celebrate, but we have a lot to do together for the world. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Neste momento, convida-se a fazer uso.
Now we're inviting the DG of FAO to make his speech, Mr. Zhu Zhongzhu.
Your Excellency, President Lucy Inácia Lula da Silva. Your Excellencies, the co-chairs, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, buenos dias. Welcome to the 39th FAO Regional Minister Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. I wish to express my sincere appreciation to His Excellency the President of Brazil, to the co-chairs, the government of Brazil, and to the Brazilian people for their generosity in the hosting this important regional minister conference together with the FAO. To be here is to feel the vibrant heartbeat of Latin America and the Caribbean. The warmth and the hospitality we have received since our arrival reflect the Brazilian spirit, generous, resilient, and passionate. It is particularly significant to come together in a nation that understands that the fight against hunger is not just a matter of policy, but a moral responsibility. It is not choice, it is a must. Your Excellency, President Lula, my respectful older brothers and friends, your personal commitment and the global leadership in ensuring that the fight against hunger remains a priority in the international agenda give all of us hope, especially to the most vulnerable. You have done right things at the right time, at the right position. Your voice reminds us that ending hunger is a choice, especially as leaders. It's a political commitment. It requires courage and solidarity. Brazilian placed on the global stage as a champion of food security and social inclusion is a testament to your vision. You have shown us that it is possible to grow economically while they're lifting everyone up, ensuring that no one is left behind. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, agri-food systems worldwide are operating in an increasingly complex environment. Notwithstanding, Latin America and the Caribbean regions has demonstrated measurable progress. This region has the tools, the talent, and the adversity to transform challenges into opportunities. The past 4 consecutive years of declining hunger reflect extraordinary policy and successful cross-sectors, cross-institutions coordination. 7 countries in the region have achieved or remain on the track to meet the SDG 2 target related to zero hunger by 2030. Brazil, Costa Rica, Guyana, and Uruguay report a prevalence of the undernourishment below 2.5%. Chile stands at the 2.5, while the Dominican Republic and Mexico are on track to achieve the target by 2030. This is truly extraordinary. However, this progress coexists with complex overlapping challenges, high food prices, limited physical space, increased climate risk, and reduced development financing. The question before us is the practical. How do we protect this environment while strengthening our ability to manage rising uncertainty? Allow me to share some thoughts with you. First, structure change requires institutional adaptation. The development landscape is evolving. Official development assistance patterns are shifting. Many countries face tight physical constraints. Climate variability and extreme weather events are increasing the frequency and intensity of production shocks, undermining yield, disrupting supply chains, and amplifying price volatility. At the same time, food affordability has become one of the most critical constraints in agri-food systems. As high input costs, energy and transportation disruptions, persistent inflation erode the purchasing power making healthy adults unattainable for billions of people. These conditions require more than incremental adjustment. They demand institutional evolution. Effectiveness depends on the anticipation, flexibility, and the timing delivery. Second, inclusiveness strengthening recovery and stability. Agri-food systems provide a livelihood for over 100 million people in this region. Rural women, youth, indigenous peoples, small-scale farmers, and the fishery folks are key in maintaining food supply and the local economy. Over the past years, FAO has supported the countries in enhancing technical expertise related to soil management, expanding digital agriculture, strengthening plant and animal health, promoting sustainable fishery and aquaculture, and the Blue Transformation Framework. But there are also strategic imperatives where the production flow, marketing stabilized, where the rural incomes are protected, social pressure erased, productivity capacity are a pillar of resilience. In Haiti, where the fragility and the instability persist, recovery depends not only on the humanitarian relief, but on restoring a cultural livelihood. If our ongoing high-level engagement seeks to mobilize the investment and partnerships that support the recovery pathways and anticipatory actions. Supporting farmers during the crisis accelerate the recovery and reduce the risk of the repeated vulnerability. Third, integration across the emergency, resilience, and development dimensions. This region faces the recurring climate shocks where it requires integrated solutions. Countries have expanded anticipatory action, strengthen early warning, participate, and enhance the regional governance framework. But now, we also need to increase the capacity of absorption of farmers to these shocks. So the FAO Hand-in-Hand initiative, nearly $3 billion investment portfolio has been structured allowing public policy, international financing, and private sector engagement towards territory transformation. Recovery must be embodied in both relief and development integrated planning, from emergencies response to structural investment, reducing fragmentation, and increase long-term impact. And fourth, institutional performance defines credibility. Development finances become more selective, public budgets are constrained, private investment requires confidence and predictability. Delivery is the key. Timing, coordinations, cost effectiveness are essential to maintain trust. During the past 2 years, FAO has streamlined the process, strengthening oversight mechanisms and expanded the digital tools to improve the program formulation and monitor all aimed at increased delivery and impact. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today we are not here to discuss the program. We are here to accelerate solutions, to turn this challenge into opportunities for all. We are here to drive in the transformation of our agricultural system to be more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, and more sustainable. To achieve the four betters, better production, better nutrition, better environment, better livelihood, no one behind. This is our roadmap to sustainable development goals, and is at the foundation of the FAO Strategy Framework 2022 to 31. Let's consider our path forward through the lens of the four better. Better production. This region is the lead in innovation from the process agriculture in southern corn to the climate smart techniques for Central Africa, Central America, and the Caribbean. We need to scale up this success. We must support the family farmer who are the guardians of our traditional agricultural system by connecting them to market, technology, and finance. By promoting digital agriculture sustainable intensification, we can produce more with less, ensuring food security for growing population. Second, better nutrition. This region continues to face the trigger burden of the malnutrition, hunger, and the micronutrient deficiencies and obesity. We must tackle this by promoting health diets that are affordable and accessible. That means strengthen the school feeding program, and learning from the Brazilian pioneer policy, and reduce the food loss on the West. That's just the Honorable President informed me before the meeting. We have a lot of things to learn from the Brazil. During past 23 years since Lula came to the office the first time, 2003. We must celebrate the safeguarding native superfood, functional food, such as quinoa and cassava, and ensure that healthy eating is the easiest and the most affordable choice for every family across the region and beyond. Third, better environment. This region is the custodian of the Amazon dry corridor and countless unique ecosystems. The way we produce food is intrinsically linked with the health of our planet. We must scale up the restoration effort, promote the agroforestry, and adopt the practice that regenerate our soil and protect our water resources. The transformation of agroforestry is our strongest ally in the fight against the climate crisis. This region can prove it is possible to be breadbasket for the world while also being a lung for the planet, of the fresh air and others. The fourth, better life, living no one behind. All our efforts are measured by the impact on people. We must ensure that the transformation creates decent jobs, empowers women who are the backbone of our ecosystem, and open opportunities for our youth, giving them a reason to build the future in rural areas. This means building resilience among the most vulnerable populations, including indigenous people, respecting their knowledge and protecting their rights. A better life means a life with dignity, opportunity, and hope for all, leaving no one behind. Dear colleagues, friends, we have much to celebrate. Countries in this region have demonstrated that the policy focused on social protection and agricultural innovation yield results. We have seen the reduction in the hunger where the political will is strong. The way forward requires unity. It requires breaking down the silos between the public and private sectors, between the producers and the consumers, between science and tradition. FAO is committed to supporting you on this journey. Our technical expertise, our data, our convening power are at your service. We will continue to work with you to turn the foresight into an inspiration slogan into the reality for everyone across Latin America and the Caribbean region. Let us make this regional Ministerial Conference a turning point. Once again, I thank His Excellency President Lula and the people of Brazil for extraordinary hospitality and their unwavering leadership. Let us harness the energy of this beautiful land to build a future where everyone, everywhere, have access to the food they need to thrive. I thank you. Muchas gracias. And now, it gave me a great pleasure to celebrate leadership that inspires action, mobilize the communities, advance the fight against hunger across the region and the globe. To do this, we need to mobilize the entire society, government, private sector, scientists, and most importantly, individuals who can inspire action. I share them fully with the Honorable President. Action, 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 lead to change, not a slogan. We need courageous leaders ready to drive change. We need champions. Today, we gain a champion of extraordinary power and conviction. Her Excellency, Madame Yanja Lula de Silva. Madame Lula de Silva has dedicated much of her life to promoting food security, empowering women, and supporting sustainable agriculture, not only in Brazil, not in this region, beyond the Latin America, for the world. And I estimate a socialist, he will focus on the hunger eradication, sustainable agriculture, and social inclusion reflect the impact that the effective and partial leadership can achieve. She is a voice for those who are often unheard, a voice for the world most silent. Your Excellency, Madame Lula da Silva, we honor you today because you represent hope. You stand alongside a president who has shown the world that hunger is not a destiny, and that with political will and participation of the people, it is possible to lift a nation to the prosperity. Brazil is rising to be a global leader in the fight against hunger, sharing its successful experience with the world. During past years, yourself, as a First Lady of Brazil, you have continued to champion initiatives that strengthen school feeding program, support the rural communities, empower women, and honor traditional knowledge. Your work demonstrated that the leadership is about people, their dignity, their opportunity, their future. It is therefore my great pleasure, on behalf of FAO, to designate Madame Yanya Lula da Silva as FAO Special Goodwill Champion against hunger. Madam, please come join the stage. Madam First Lady, your voice, your commitment, your example will help the strength FAO work in Brazil and the region and around the world. As FAO Special Goodwill Champion against hunger, you will continue to inspire the community, government, and the partners to join FAO in our mission to achieve a world free from hunger and malnutrition, to support the transformation of our agricultural system, and to realize our collective aspiration for better, leaving no arm in hand. You will be champion, able to move hearts and minds and the voice to amplify the call for the global solidarity. It is therefore a distinguished honor and privilege to designate you as a special goodwill ambassador against hunger. Can I have? Okay, please. Congratulations. Now, please, the floor is yours.
Tem a palavra.
First Lady Janja Lula da Silva has the floor now. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Director Chudong-Yu, for your words. His Excellency, President of the Republic, Regional Lula da Silva, my dear husband, Mr. Rene Ryan, ADG and Regional Representative for Latin America and the Caribbean for the Food and Agriculture Organization, Ministers of State, Minister Motivator for External Affairs, Carlos Salvador, Minister of Agriculture, my dear friend and Minister of Social Development, Family and Combating Hunger, my friend and partner, Minister Paulo Teixeira, for Agrarian Development and Family Farming, ministers, authorities, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to thank FAO and its members for designating me as Goodwill Ambassador, which I gladly accept. When I first went to FAO, I was still working in the realm of sustainability, coordinating the food security program in partnership with the RPRP body conducted by Mr. Mauro Morelli. I was in Rome as an observer to support Mr. Graciano as Director General of FAO. Another experience I'm proud of was working on the approval of legislation in Brazil that made the right to food a constitutional right in our country for all Brazilian women and men. That is why today, as First Lady and as the champion of the fight against hunger, I am truly honored to join my voice to others to support efforts to eradicate hunger in Brazil, Latin America, and the world. I will take opportunity with all chances to inspire people and governments to continue to invest in rural women, farmers, indigenous peoples, and traditional communities to lend visibility to concrete action that changes lives and guarantees food for millions of people. This will be key in my actions as champion. Combating hunger isn't just a policy option, it is a moral commitment to life and to transforming society. It doesn't matter whether you're a refugee, a migrant, or someone living in a conflict-torn area. Hunger should never be used as a weapon of war. The right to food is universal, and we, as humankind, must work to guarantee it. Brazil's experience in combating hunger is a world example, thanks to the work of President Lula, who once again has taken our country off the hunger map. One of our greatest sources of pride is our National School Feeding Program, and I'm honored to be an ambassador for this program. It's a program that every day feeds 40,000 Brazilian school children. It's essential in our public policy and is part of the efforts of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. Ladies and gentlemen, this title honors me, and I reiterate my commitment to work with everyone who seeks to foster these rights and to ensure quality diets every day. I will, however, keep a close eye on women and girls. There will be a special focus on them as they are hardest hit by the scourge of hunger. My work will continue to be guided by this belief. So long as someone out there is suffering from hunger, our mission is still alive. Thank you.
Agora será exibido o vídeo da Presidência da República.
Now we will be showing a video of the Presidency of the Republic.
Aqui no Brasil, protagonismo tem nome, rosto e história. Pela segunda vez, saímos do mapa da fome da ONU. A insegurança alimentar grave teve redução histórica. A extrema pobreza atingiu o menor nível em 30 anos. Por trás desses resultados, há um Estado que identifica vulnerabilidades e conecta milhões de pessoas às políticas públicas graças ao cadastro único. O programa Bolsa Família garante comida na mesa e renda acima da linha da pobreza para as famílias brasileiras. Com o Plano Safra e o Pronaf, ampliamos o crédito rural, incentivando produção de alimentos saudáveis e transição agroecológica. O Terra da Gente e o Programa de Aquisição de Alimentos, Alimentos da Agricultura Familiar, chegam às escolas, cozinhas solidárias e à mesa de quem precisa. No Brasil, produzir é preservar. Ampliamos tecnologias de baixa emissão com o Plano ABC+, recuperando áreas degradadas sem desmatamento com o Caminho Verde Brasil e fortalecendo a produção sustentável com a integração lavoura, pecuária e floresta. Também fomos reconhecidos pela FAO, pela Rede de Laboratórios Federais de Defesa Agropecuária, que garante a credibilidade sanitária ao país. O governo do Brasil constrói um verdadeiro ecossistema de superação. Garante direitos com o Sistema Único de Assistência Social. Leva água onde antes havia escassez com o programa Cisternas. Promove inclusão socioeconômica com o Acredita no Primeiro Passo. Um compromisso com dignidade, oportunidades e desenvolvimento para todos. A soberania brasileira é feita com comida no prato, com cuidado às pessoas e com o planeta. Alimentar o futuro não é apenas uma meta nacional. é um compromisso coletivo de todos nós. Governo do Brasil, do lado do povo brasileiro.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva.
I don't know if you have perceived that we are having this meeting of the Latin American and Caribbean countries until now, with the exception of the G, only Brazilians have spoken. And I was thinking to read my speech here so that draw your attention of something that is very serious. If we picked up the money that was spent last year in weapons and conflicts, which is the equivalent of $2.7 trillion that was military spent, and if we split this between the 630 million human beings that in the planet are in hunger, we could have distributed $4,285 for each one of these persons. So you can see that we would not have the need to have hunger around the world if we reach the consensus from the part of the leaders in the world. So that's why I would like to start my speech making an appeal to our presidents that are the responsibles of the UN Security Council. There are 5 permanent members: France, UK, Russia, China, and the US. If these gentlemen that are permanent members of the UN Security Council, and since they are the permanent members of the UN Security Council, if these gentlemen were concerned with the hunger issue in this moment, and instead of discussing how they are now discussing in Europe, the strengthening of an arms race and the military spending and strengthening defense and military might, because everybody is thinking that it will be aggravated the conflicts, and because of that they're going to buy more weapons. Everybody wants more atomic bombs. Everybody wants more drones. Everybody wants more and more expensive air fighters, and all this is not to build or produce food that they're spending money. This is made with the purpose to destroy and to diminish the food production or destroy what has already been produced. This would be only a good common sense reflection if we have good call. There's only 5 people that you have to call for. And they could even set up a virtual conference, a video conference. No one would undertake any risk, so that no one will be attacked by drones at night, so that no one could see missiles. We could have a teleconference, a video conference with just these 5 permanent members to have a discussion, a very clear-cut discussion that what will solve the humanity's issues is more war or more peace. If it's going to be a construction and building more sophisticated weapons and more expensive weapons, or the increase the distribution and the increase of the income of the people so that we can have the necessary food. So I think that that has to come out as a message from a conference that involves Latin America. That is a part of the world that is very rich, that has almost everything that nature can offer for all human beings, and that many times is exploited by people that are not from the region to produce part of the weapons that destroys what was already have been built. So, I would like to say to all of you that I am very emotional and very sensitized to know that hunger doesn't reach the hearts and minds of the leaders in the world. It does not. It disturbs individually many human beings. It disturbs the NGOs. It reaches the hearts and minds of the churches, but it does not sensitize very much the hearts and mind of the leaders around the world. Because the people that are in hunger, in the majority of the countries in the world, they are treated as if they were invisible people. People do not want to see them. If you do not believe in what I'm saying here now, when you start to discuss the budget of your own countries that you come from, you can see how much is allocated to fight hunger and poverty in the national budgets, because there's not always enough money for that. Because those that are in hunger are starving, they're not protesting, they're not organized around trade unions. They are far away, many times, where the powers are located. They don't have to go to, they don't go to street demonstrations, they don't protest. So that's why people are not concerned. Is it fair that in the first quarter of the 21st century, we're still discussing matters that in 1946, a Brazilian called Josué de Castro already raised that hunger is one of the most serious problems in humanity. It's not by excessive rainfall or lack of rainfall or lack of sun or too much sunlight. It's because of the lack of responsibility. There's lack of commitment that we do not manage to exterminate hunger from planet Earth. We have already genetic knowledge, technological knowledge. We have produced more food than we should need to consume. But this food doesn't reach the household of people because people don't have the money to buy food. And they don't have money because there's a lot of concentration of income. And meanwhile, the important persons in the planet that should be concerned with hunger, they're concerned with war. Well, that is amazing. Cuba now. Cuba is not in hunger because they don't know how to produce. Cuba is not in hunger because they don't know how to build their energy facilities or power facilities. They're in hunger because they don't want that Cuba should have the right of what everybody has the right to have. But let's imagine that you don't take care of Cuba by some ideological persecution. They're not going to help Cuba. It's a communist country. And what about Haiti, that is side by side Cuba, that is in more hunger even than Cuba, and that is being controlled by gangs? There's so many people that should receive aid. That is really for a gesture, and that could come from all the economically developed countries. This concentration of wealth. Some offshore companies earn more money per year than the GDP of many countries. And this money is concentrated in the hands of few. And when will we solve these matters? We cannot deal with the hunger issue as if it was for just, oh, this is an NGO thing. If there's some leftovers, we can use it. If they don't, no, this has to be given priority. Top priority from the scratch, zero. Number one, it's a sacred. Everybody has to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day. And I think that there's no other thing for us to do to shout out or be a role model or serve as an example. And I want to compliment here my brother José Graziano that has helped to create the Zero Hunger program here in Brazil. Because we're only going to end hunger when there's political will. When we take out a little bit of each parts of the budgets from the Foreign Affairs Office, a little bit from the Armed Forces, and put a little bit more for the poor in the national budget. And we have to change the concept of the economy. We have to teach new things to the economists in the universities. Economics has to be, we don't have economists. We only see economists giving hunches and talking about the markets, financial markets. It's like some journalists here in Brazil that are not concerned anymore with the truth. According to the source, according to someone close to the president, according to someone close to someone else, and then they start telling stories, not facts. And so, my dear friends, Brazil has served as an example, as a role model twice. It is possible to end with hunger. It is possible to guarantee that everybody has the right to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day. It is fully possible to achieve that. We ended with hunger for the first time in 2014 in Brazil, during President Dilma's term. And when I came back to the presidency in 2023, we had already once again 33 million people in hunger situation in Brazil. In 2.5 years of my term, FAO recognized that we ended and we got out of the map, the hunger map. It's not for us to give incentives, the so-called subsistence agriculture. No. This is something from feudalism. No one wants to produce only to subsist. We want to teach people that they can produce and earn money producing more. That they can produce in great amounts with quality. I'm not just going to grow my cassava to eat. No, to eat and for subsistence and to sell. And the role of the government is to create funding. Why do the big landowners have a lot of finance and the small farmers don't have the same finance? It's a political decision that you have to make. And dear brothers and sisters, ministers and ladies, ambassadors that represent my dear Latin America, it's not fair that after 525 years or 530 years that we were discovered, that we're still living as one of the poorest regions of the planet. This is very unfair. When there was gold, they took our gold away. When there was silver, they took our silver away. They took away our sweat with cheap labor force for a long time. And so when are we going to wake up, stand up, and to say that we don't want to be submissive or subordinated? We don't ask for favors. We don't need favors. We want in a sovereign way to give food to our people in any country in Latin America and the Caribbean can give to their people. That's what we want. We are the only peace zone in the world. The only peace zone in planet Earth we are the ones. In Brazil, we made an option to not carry nuclear weapons, and it's written in our new constitution of 1988. For a long time, we have reached the conclusion that for those that want peace prepare war. No, those that prepare war. We want not war, we want peace, because peace is the only possibility for us that make humanity to move forward, to progress. The destruction in Gaza and the amount of women and children that were killed in Gaza, and now they want to build a board and to say how to rebuild Gaza, and it looks like they're going to rebuild it as a resort, and that will be built over the corpse of these women and children that were killed in Gaza. Many times we get very impatient, and if we don't shout out, nothing happens. So, my dear friends, I would like you to reflect a little bit together with your governments that hunger is not due to unpredicted events, too much heat, too much cold. No, hunger only exists because there's something that exists. Lack of responsibility of those that were elected to carry responsibility, to take responsibility. And if Brazil managed to end hunger two times, the world can end hunger too, even if the country is the poorest one. But just a little bit of your budget, you can solve. And I make here some calculations, and the economists, they can say if I made a mistake or not. I've been mentioning this in all the auditorium that I attend. Let's imagine that this scenario here is a city or a country called Itamaraty Auditorium. And in this auditorium live 300 people. And the budget of this country is 1 million reais, the Brazilian currency. If I destine this 1 million reais to just one person, for Dona Janja, for Miss Janja, for example, that just received the honor of shepherd. I've learned how to speak English now. I said the word shepherd. No one cannot say that I don't speak many languages. I just said shepherd. And now, if I pick up our 1 million reais, and I give her to Madame Janja as a shepherd appointed for this struggle, what's going to happen with the 1 million reais of Janja that she receives? She's going to rush the first bank, that branch, she will deposit her 1 million, and she's going to spend just the interest rates, live on the interest rates all month, all year. So you just brought benefit for one sole person. Now let's imagine another thing. Let's imagine that you pick up this 1 million and distributes it for 3,333 reais for each one of the members of this city of 300 inhabitants. What would have happened? Everybody would try to go to a bar and drink a beer, or someone would go to a bakery shop to buy bread or to buy clothes, or fish, or go fishing. And so you would distribute in a more equitable way, and everybody would benefit from this budget. It would be very simple if we were not subordinated to the guidelines that are coming from the IMF, and if we were not subordinated to market forces, because the marketplace starts on January the 1st, concerned with the fiscal deficit, and it ends the year 31st of December still concerned with the fiscal deficit. For them, there's no poor. For the financial markets, there's no poor. There's no problems, there's no poor. Only fiscal. Let's put on the shoulders of the poor people that they're the ones that should pay for the price. And here, brothers and sisters, here in Brazil, we have still many problems. when you when you watch this documentary that we showed here, that's only part of the truth, that we still have a lot of problems, and that will take decades to solve. But if we don't start tackling these issues, we'll never solve them. So that's why that my dear brother, DG of FAO, Chu Dongyu, and my dear shepherd wife, Janja da Silva, and brothers and sisters, ministers, and representatives and heads of delegations, and our brothers and sisters from the press. I would like to end my speech thanking to the extraordinary role that FAO still carries and still has as an institution of the UN, because the UN is losing credit. It's becoming discredited, the UN. The UN is not fulfilling what is written in its creation charter in 1945. The UN is making concessions to fatalism to the lords of war, the warlords, and there's no room for the lords of peace. Why did not the UN call for an extraordinary conference, a world conference, to discuss the conflicts? Why does the Russian and Ukraine conflict is taking for 4 years? Because everybody knows how it's going to end, this war between Russia and Ukraine. Who doesn't know what's happening in that war? Putin will keep what he conquered. Zelensky will agree with what he lost, and that's it. But why don't they reach an agreement if this is what's going to happen in practice? So, I think it's normal that President Trump should go every day and say, I have the most mighty warship in the world, though I have the biggest army in the world, the air. Why doesn't he say, I have the largest food production in the world, and I want to distribute the world? Why doesn't he mention that? Wouldn't it be much easier if he just mentioned that? And that would sound better for our ears. Well, the hunger issue is linked to all this. The hunger issue is linked to the fact that the poor in the world are invisible to the gaze of the bureaucratic state machinery and the leaders of the world. And very few people, if we have to make them visible, we will continue to fight and destroy. Thank you very much, and congratulations, brothers and sisters, for FAO.
Senhoras, está encerrada a sessão de abertura da 39ª Conferência Regional da FAO para a América Latina e Caribe. Solicitamos aos chefes de delegação.
Thank you very much, Excellency, the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil. Can we please now ask everyone to join us for an official photograph? Thank you.
Aos demais delegados presentes.
Can we please ask all the delegates to join us for lunch in the sub-basement of the palace? Thank you.
Por favor. Señores delegados, por favor tomar asiento, ya estamos por comenzar. Los ministros o ministras que participan en este panel, por favor pasar a la mesa. Gracias. Me faltan 1, 2, 3. Sí, ¿tú tienes todos los nombres de las autoridades para el ministro?
Yo
Te lo estoy pidiendo
le
acá.
saco una foto.
Se lo dio a Saulo.
Es que son varios, entonces son secretario.
Yo soy Pablo.
Usted tiene la foto,
Pablo.
Sí.
RA. Sí, secretario de la conferencia. Sí.
Dice que están abiertos los micrófonos.
¿Qué?
Dice que están abiertos los micrófonos.
¿Dónde? Verificación de quórum, por favor.
Please, if we can verify the quorum.
Favor avanzar con la transmisión por internet. Vamos a dar inicio.
Okay, we're going to begin.
Señores delegados, favor tomar asiento. Empezamos
Delegates, please take your seats. We will begin in 2 minutes.
Empezar.
Buenas tardes. Empezamos.
Good afternoon. We will begin, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to all the delegates of the member nations, official observers, spokespersons of non-government organizations. Before we begin with the order of the agenda, I give the floor to the Secretary that has some quick announcements to make. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before beginning, I would like to make the following announcements. I would like to inform that in the framework of the conference, it has a dynamic space for exhibits of experiences, policies, has been organized by the FAO in Brazil as the venue. We invite the organizations of Latin America and the Caribbean to visit the exhibit of LARC 39, located on to the right of this plaza on the first floor or on the ground floor, and you will find an exhibit of the 30 years of the FAO through images, audiovisual material, and interactive materials that highlight some of the main milestones of the organization. The exhibit also shows experiences of the Brazil FAO cooperation and also emblematic matters of the organization, hand in hand, blue transformation, priorities, green cities, digital villages, and the regional platform for family agriculture. We invite you to visit this space and learn more about the work and the results of the FAO in Latin America and the Caribbean. Aside from the interactive area where permanent stands and technical presentations on the exchange of experiences and innovations will be held during recess, during breaks, during lunch. These voluntary spaces will allow us to dive deeper into good practices, specific experiences linked to the transformation of agri-food systems, South-South cooperation, food security, and the mobilization of investments, thus enriching substantive discussions of our plenary sessions. The full agenda of our thematic discussions can be found in the general agenda published in CBET. The announcement of each lecture will be made beforehand. First, I'd like to reiterate that the government of Brazil is organizing a field trip for the delegations, scheduled for Friday afternoon. There are 3 visits or 3 routes, and the information is available on the website of the regional conference, on the website of the regional office, and was also sent via email together with a link in order to register. The specific logistical data will be informed in a timely manner. That is all, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Next, in line with our agenda, we will continue with the high-level special event and the ministerial roundtable. They will be led by authorities of the FAO, and we will be moderators of the roundtables. The moderators will offer a brief introduction to the topic and introduce the panelists and speakers of the FAO and make their presentations. They will have a maximum of 4 minutes each to speak, and after 3 minutes, a bell will ring. After that, within the period of time scheduled, there will be time for the observers and the delegates to make comments or ask questions by raising their hand or by raising their hand sign. We will start with item 23, the high level, effective policies and programs in the region to eradicate hunger and poverty and reduce inequality in Latin America and the Caribbean. This session has the objective of sharing policies and programs that have shown with evidence that they are effective and also strengthen intersectoral collaboration, and finally, mobilize political commitments to expand and accelerate the pathway towards more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient agri-food systems. This act will be moderated by Mrs. Gabriela Godoy, and nutritional expert of the FAO. We invite the moderator to take the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. Good day, everyone. It is a pleasure to welcome you to the high-level special event, effective policies and programs in the region to eradicate hunger and poverty and reduce inequality in the region. This is a space that is developed in the framework of the 39th Regional Conference of the FAO in Brazil. My name is Gabriela Godoy, as the chair mentioned, and I'm the main officer of policies of the FAO in Latin America and the Caribbean, and today I will accompany you for the moderation of this event. This event will be held in Spanish, and we will have presentations in Spanish, English, and Portuguese with interpretation, simultaneous interpretation in Spanish, English, French, Portuguese. And for those of you that are following the event in line, as well as for those that are following it in person.
And thus attending in person.
I would like to first of all tell you that we have the participation of the General Director of the FAO, Dr. Chudong Yu, and the Regional Representative of the FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean, Mr. Rene Orellana. Also, the economist, head of the FAO, that will be presenting through a video, Maximo Torero, and with ministers that I will next introduce. According to SOFI Report 2025, and as we've recently published in the Regional Panorama of Food Security and Nutrition, Latin America and the Caribbean have reduced for 4th year in a row hunger and insecurity. This is largely due to effective programs based on evidence in regards to, or that we will delve into in this session. Together with supporting the countries for the development of data and evidence, the FAO promotes policies and the exchange of policies through cooperation between countries and also among regions. We will next present a video that shows how cooperation between countries and with other regions can improve the policies and the programs for family agriculture and school nutrition. Video, please.
En un mundo cada vez más interconectado, ningún desafío es individual. El cambio climático y las desigualdades estructurales cruzan fronteras y complejizan el desarrollo de las poblaciones más vulnerables. Frente a esta realidad, el trabajo coordinado y el compromiso de todos y todas se vuelven urgentes. La FAO reconoce que este esfuerzo ya está en marcha. En América Latina y el Caribe y en otras regiones del mundo existen iniciativas que avanzan en la erradicación del hambre, la pobreza y la desigualdad. Cada experiencia genera valioso conocimiento y demuestra que todos tienen algo que enseñar y aprender. Para convertir estas acciones en resultados concretos es clave una acción articulada. A través de la cooperación Sur-Sur, la FAO vincula soluciones y buenas prácticas desarrolladas por los países, promueve el aprendizaje mutuo y fortalece las capacidades institucionales para adaptarlas a las realidades específicas de cada territorio. Un ejemplo de esto es la Plataforma Técnica Regional de Agricultura Familiar, un espacio libre y gratuito que promueve el diálogo interregional, el acceso a capacitaciones y recursos sobre prácticas innovadoras en agricultura familiar a partir del liderazgo y las experiencias acumuladas en la región. Esta plataforma, que ha involucrado a miles de personas de más de 100 países, ha identificado más de 80 experiencias que hoy se intercambian entre regiones de América Latina y el Caribe, Cercano Oriente y África del Norte, Asia y el Pacífico, y Europa y Asia Central, favoreciendo la formulación de políticas orientadas a mejorar la productividad, la resiliencia y la sostenibilidad de un sector que representa a 90% de las fincas del mundo. Reconociendo esta capacidad de coordinación y articulación, los países encuentran en la FAO un socio estratégico para promover el conocimiento y conectar actores. El programa de cooperación Brasil-FAO, con una inversión superior a los $90 millones, impulsa iniciativas que valorizan las experiencias locales. A través del apoyo a espacios como la Reunión Especializada de Agricultura Familiar del Mercosur y la Red de Alimentación Escolar Sostenible, brinda apoyo técnico a los países para fortalecer sus políticas de agricultura familiar y sus programas de alimentación escolar, contribuyendo a garantizar el derecho humano a la alimentación adecuada para más de 85 millones de estudiantes con alimentos saludables, nutritivos, culturalmente pertinentes y producidos de manera sostenible. De igual manera, en el marco del programa de cooperación China-FAO y la colaboración con la Comunidad de Estados Latinoamericanos y Caribeños, CELAC, se han mejorado los medios de vida de miles de personas en comunidades rurales de 12 países de la región, mediante el acceso a Internet, la entrega de equipos tecnológicos de punta y el desarrollo de capacidades digitales que han permitido que pequeños productores y productoras optimicen sus cultivos, encuentren nuevas oportunidades de comercialización en Internet y que gobiernos impulsen políticas para un mejor desarrollo agrícola y rural. Estos desafíos también requieren la participación del sector legislativo. Instancias como la Cumbre Parlamentaria Mundial contra el Hambre, que en su última edición reunió a más de 200 parlamentarios de 64 países, refuerzan el rol que juegan en la transformación de los sistemas agroalimentarios mediante la adopción de leyes, la aprobación de presupuestos públicos y el seguimiento de la aplicación de políticas públicas y compromisos gubernamentales. Así, la FAO facilita el diálogo multiactor y la circulación del conocimiento, contribuyendo al diseño de estrategias adaptadas a cada realidad nacional, movilizando recursos e inversiones hacia los sectores más vulnerables. Porque solo por medio de la cooperación, el intercambio y la innovación compartida es posible avanzar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás.
To begin the session, I invite Mr. Rene Orellana, General Deputy and Representative of the FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean. Mr. Orellana, you have the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to greet the Deputy Director General and welcome him to this high-level special event, and thank the ministers that are accompanying us in person and online. Your participation reaffirms the political commitment of our region as one of the most urgent and priorities in our region, which is to eradicate hunger and inequalities in our region. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we've seen important signs of recovery. The new estimates of the FAO show that undernutrition and food insecurity have declined for 4 consecutive years, and thanks in part due to the post-pandemic economic reactivation and to the soundness of social protection programs as well as school nutrition programs. And this initiative is supplemented by recent data of ECLAC that indicate a reduction of poverty, extreme poverty, and inequality, together with an increase in jobs and adjustments to minimum wage. These advances must be acknowledged and valued. However, we're still far from where we need to be. The transformation of our agri-food systems cannot be just a concept. It must become or be turned into comprehensive, intersectoral, and territorially differentiated systems that address the profound issues and that will lead to public and private investments in historically marginalized sectors. This meeting has precisely that purpose, to share policies and effective programs and to strengthen intersectoral cooperation and mobilize the necessary political commitment to accelerate the transformations that our region needs. Here, experiences of countries come together that have shown specific results in social inclusion, family agriculture, social protection, public health, education, and territorial governance. We want to hear them, learn from them, and promote their expansion and adaptation in line with the different realities in our region. To help us to contextualize this debate, we will now have words by Mr. Xu Dongyu, Director General of the FAO.
Join you today for this important regional event. We come together with a clear purpose to eradicate hunger and poverty and to reduce malnutrition and inequality across the region. They are not abstract goals. They are about people whose lives depend on the actions we take together. The latest SOFIA 2025 report shows us that we are at the crossroad. In 2024, 8.2% of the global population faced hunger, a small improvement from 8.5% in 2023, which means progress is possible when we work together with determination. Yet, there are 100 million more hungry people in the world today than in 2015, just over 10 years ago. The challenges remain immense, more urgent than ever, but so as the opportunities. We see very different regional dynamics. Asia and Pacific region and the Latin America and the Caribbean region are showing encouraging progress in the prevalence of hunger. Include strong examples of several countries in the region that have kept hunger below 2.5%. This demonstrates that effective public policy works, especially when they put people at the center. We also see the improvement in food affordability, Also, inequality persists, especially for women, rural populations, and the poorest households. In Latin America and the Caribbean region, rising food prices in 2023 and 2024 pushed up the cost of health care, making it the region with the highest cost of health care. The latest regional overview 2025, which includes the SOFIA 2024 data, highlights that in Latin America and the Caribbean region, undernourishment has decreased for 4 consecutive years. Despite this improvement, the gender inequality remains a challenge in the region, with moderate or severe food insecurity being more prevalent among women than men. Across all these challenges, we must remember one simple principle. We can do more and better together. We can turn these challenges into opportunity to the benefit of all. Financing must be inclusive and people-centered. It should be reach the poorest, smaller holders, indigenous peoples, women, youth, and those who face the highest risks and the lowest access to the services. Today, 80% of the extreme poor live in the rural areas and struggling with high cost and low financing literacy. These barriers prevent them from accessing the financing they need to improve their livelihood and overcome hunger and poverty. This region has strong foundations for this transformation. Hunger and food insecurity has decreased for the 4 consecutive years. Supported by the post-COVID-19 economic recovery, employment levels are rising. Food trade is active, and it has strengthened the social protection system, including school feeding program. This advance reflects what can be done when there is a political commitment, robust social protection, support for the family farmers, and inclusive public policies. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the data, we have the evidence, we have the tools. What we need now is to cultivate action guided by the solidarity and by the spirit of the collaboration. We need to first design and implement inclusive policy rooted in the evidence and adapted to each country's need. Second, strengthen rural development to ensure food security and nutrition for the most vulnerable. Third, ensuring the finances reach the poorest, especially smallholders and women. First, scale the innovation with the digital solutions, climate-smart agriculture, and inclusive finance models. The choice we make today, the idea we share, and the priorities we set, the partnership we build on today, will determine how fast and how far we can advance in the transforming agriculture to be more efficient, more inclusive, and more resilient, and more sustainable, to achieve the 4 betters: better production, better nutrition, a better environment, a better life living on and behind. I always believe that in America, if you produce more with less, it will be the biggest net contributor to the global food security for the next 30 years. I thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Dr. Xu. And it is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Daniel Ogadoy, Public Policy in Food Security, who will be heading this. Dr. Xu and I do need to step away, but we leave you in good hands with Daniela Godoy to chair this session. Thank you, Dr. Rungshu and Mr. Oriana, Director General and Assistant Director General of the FAO. We now like to call up Dr. Maximo Torrero, Chief Economist of the FAO.
Estimados ministros, excelencias, es un placer estar con ustedes. Mi nombre es Máximo Torero Calen, soy el economista jefe de la FAO. Permítame compartir mi pantalla para hacer la presentación de hoy día. Hoy día lo que vamos a ver son las políticas y los programas que nos han permitido en la región erradicar y que buscan erradicar el hambre y la pobreza y reducir la malnutrición y la desigualdad. Como ustedes bien saben, gracias a su continuo compromiso con los avances de sistemas agroalimentarios, hemos podido tener resultados en sistemas agroalimentarios más inclusivos, resilientes, sostenidos en América Latina y el Caribe. El debate de hoy tiene lugar en un momento crítico. A pesar de los importantes avances logrados en las últimas décadas, las zonas rurales siguen enfrentando desafíos persistentes, desde niveles obstinadamente altos de pobreza e inseguridad alimentaria hasta profundas desigualdades estructurales que limitan las oportunidades de millones de personas. Estas desigualdades se han visto incrementadas fuertemente durante el COVID-19. Nuestro objetivo hoy es compartir evidencia sobre dónde se concentran estos desafíos y destacar prioridades claves de política que pueden ayudarnos a impulsar un desarrollo rural más inclusivo y transformador en toda la región. Permítame comenzar con un breve panorama de las tendencias actuales en pobreza rural e inseguridad alimentaria en la región, para poder analizar qué es lo que podemos hacer. Como pueden apreciar en este gráfico, la pobreza rural disminuyó de manera notable durante el periodo del 2003 al 2013. Fue una etapa demarcada por el auge de los productos básicos, pero también por la expansión de la protección social. En algunos países se incrementó el salario mínimo real para los trabajadores formales. Sin embargo, el progreso se estancó, incluso antes del COVID-19, ya que la pobreza extrema ha venido aumentando desde el 2014. Aunque en términos generales, las tasas de pobreza han disminuido significativamente, desde el COVID-19 la pobreza extrema se ha reducido solo en un punto porcentual desde 2014, lo que sugiere que los más vulnerables están quedando rezagados nuevamente, y eso es donde tenemos que ahondar. Si vemos el lado del hambre, en el 2024, una de cada cuatro personas en América Latina y el Caribe experimentó inseguridad alimentaria, lo que representa una mejora frente al 30% registrado en el 2022, con descensos a lo largo del continuo rural-urbano, como pueden ver en el gráfico de la derecha. Sin embargo, los niveles siguen siendo más altos en las zonas rurales y periurbanas que en las zonas urbanas. América Latina y el Caribe presenta la mayor brecha de género en inseguridad alimentaria.
Latin America has the worst gap in rural urban poverty in the world. This limits women's access to food and to decision making related to agri-food systems. In 2024, severe hunger affected 25.2% of the population, over 125 million people, lower than the world average of 28%, about 4% less. But severe hunger and insecurity did affect, has improved since 2023. But it is important to understand that we are no longer in the food map, and this is quite good, but we still have a lot of progress to make. We have seen an increase in climate events, that they've been intensified, environmental problems, and that affects the rural areas more severely. Healthy diets are also, the cost of healthy diets are also increasing, which is also leading to greater rapid technological change is affecting the rural areas, but also deepens or extends the gap between the rich and the poor and the rural and the urban areas. And it's costly to have access to this technology. Growing inequality limits opportunity and access to opportunities and perpetuates structural inequalities in the region. Conflicts in the region that are socio and environmental, and in terms of resource, affect lives and increase food insecurity, especially in rural areas and areas belonging to indigenous peoples. No farmers wish to leave their land. We know that. But these inequalities force them to. We need better rural development to avoid this migration and to avoid this growing gap. Given such, we need to work to address the rural poverty and rural food insecurity. Firstly, low productivity affects 80% of rural jobs, and there's very little employment in rural areas. There have been very few changes in rural employment in recent decades. This includes services, trade, and agriculture, transport, construction, etc. This includes financing, electricity, etc. We need to look at different models that have helped to strengthen rural economies, including funding to be able to improve productivity of our farmers, and especially in rural areas. Secondly, we've seen great inequality and large income gaps within the rural agricultural employment areas. We've seen that only 2.5, the farmers are only 2.5 times above the poverty line. And this is according to the 2000 minimum wage. There's unequal access to land, to technology, services, and raw materials. Family farmers account for 80% of producers, but they hold less than 50% of the land. So there's severe inequality. Public policies have been dismantled in the 80s, 90s, and 2000. And there's very little technological transfer. And information technology would allow us to reach these areas and talk to the communities so that they can improve. This would be a complementary work with traditional knowledge in the rural areas and would help us reduce this gap. Current policies are beneficial for large exporters and not for the small rural farmers, which again increases inequalities. Agri-food systems transformation depends on requires proper public policy and proper programs to address undernutrition, malnutrition, and poverty. This requires investment to protect lives and promote environmental sustainability and improve access to resources so that people face fewer risks and that agri-food systems effectively contribute to people's well-being. As such, we have identified a number of priorities for more inclusive development in the region. Expanding coverage in protection and social protection, especially for the most vulnerable populations, so that they are in the best, so that they know, because as we have it right now, they're not able to leave this terrible cycle of poverty. We need to make this more cycle. We need to promote more inclusive public policies for women, youth, and those who face the greatest risks. We need to reduce the gender gap and improve the employment opportunities for the youth. That needs to be more attractive for the youth to work in agriculture and in rural areas. And we need to support small producers, small farmers, with more ambitious programs to formalize the market in the region and ensure fair wages. When it comes to social protection is very important for addressing poverty and ensuring proper nutrition throughout the region. It is incredibly important that we work with the partnership with Brazil and the FAO. Here we have validated actions at the country level for proper funding. The most recent panorama with the FAO and UNICEF, FAO, shows excellent programs with great responses, with great economic recovery following COVID-19, improving undernutrition, malnutrition, and food insecurity. This report also shows the importance of social protection for improved resilience to climate change in the region, and that can be changed. There are highly unequal impacts in different parts of our region. We know that these social protections work, and they can reduce the impact from COVID and other impacts on our rural producers. These programs can be adjusted for pressures and climatic phenomenon, and reduce resilience in these regions, especially for those who face the most extreme situations. And we need to focus these programs on those who are most affected. In Brazil, in Mexico, and in many countries, we have seen this program and this action work very effectively. We look for progress in these systems that can help the different rural populations address to the different shocks that they face and necessarily face because of climate change, and so on and so forth. This requires sharing. This requires effective implementation. We can't just wait to act. We need to act proactively. Also, the food program, the school food programs are absolutely crucial. And this affects, these school food programs are emblematic initiatives in the region and offer healthy food to over 80 million children. They play an important role in access to healthy food to millions of children and teens. But again, healthy food. Okay? What we're learning from the different countries, especially Brazil, has helped us to improve this program and make these programs more effective and more efficient throughout the region. Yet there are still challenges. When we looked at financial transfers in 18 countries in Latin America, showed that the benefits have been reduced in 33%. We were able to reduce 33% the gap between the extreme poverty. For children and indigenous peoples, they continue to face the greatest challenges, and there's so much work for us ahead. 60% of those who live in situations of vulnerability are not covered by social protection. Furthermore, the cost of a healthy diet is one of the health that is the most expensive in the world. Access to social protection is absolutely critical for access to growth and health. Investing in women and strengthening agri-food systems is beneficial to them. When we empower women and have better access to food, resources, training, and decreased gender violence, we see increased increased health, food, and productivity throughout the region. Women in agri-food systems are absolutely critical, and we've learned so much with interventions for women in these regions. As we face now, we need to implement these recommendations. Governments also need to focus on the youth through the agri-food system. The youth are absolutely critical. It's an important driver in our region. Entrepreneurship and support for our region is critical for the youth, and this helps reduce poverty. In Latin America and the Caribbean, 65% of the youth live in rural areas. 2/3 of them are in territories where we've seen a decrease in agricultural productivity on account of climate change. There's a loss of opportunities, and we need to strengthen what we offer them in these regions. The youth continue to remain invisible in political frameworks, and very few rural policies include them in specific measures, especially when it's specific subgroups like women and indigenous peoples. Small farmers need to better include women, youth, better access to land and resources, training, and reduction in forced labor. Nevertheless, there are just a few programs that address specifically youth participation in agri-food systems. Access to land and economic inclusion is something that the FAO is supporting it, and we have a country-based focus in each country. Ecuador is one of the countries where we're focusing on inclusion of youth in public policy in rural areas and for agri-food systems. Also, investing in family farming is absolutely critical. If we don't use technology, there's nothing more that we can do. If we don't improve returns, there's nothing we can do. We need to look for actual mechanisms and public policies that improve infrastructure so that these technologies can be used by youth and to improve rural development and decrease food insecurity and poverty. So we need to improve how we invest in small farmers, smallholders, and rural areas to improve food security again. First, we need to look at persistent economic inequality through adapted support for the most vulnerable systems. Two, countries need to improve public offerings through registrations, rural help, and better raw materials so that families, farmers, and small farmers can truly participate in markets. The FAO has been helping with georeferencing and spatial systems so that the small farmers have access to tools that they can use to improve production. Three, innovation and technology, digital technology, inclusive funding and financing, intelligent and smart uses. And all of this can improve productivity in rural regions. We are seeing how when working on carbon capture in rural areas to improve the quality of soils and improve productivity. Rural small farmers need to learn through South-South partnership, through North-South partnerships, so that rural farmers and small farmers have the same access to land and funding and technology and knowledge that every other producer has. And that will ensure equality and equity for all of our farmers. We need to produce goods for all of society so that changes and technologies are actually relevant, significant for those most vulnerable. And they need to have access to relevant content. We also need to find practices that allow for improved resilience, better information, what actually works to respond to excess water, to lack of water, soil improvement, etc. And FAO is working on this. This combination, this is what we have been working to help with these farmers so that they have better access to the market and to have better resilience in the face of climate phenomenon. We recognize that there are historic gaps in access to land for small farmers and small industries. Finally, we also need to strengthen ecosystems and support sustainable practices that are key for ensuring resistance and resilience over the long term. And rural employment requires more diverse policies as well for addressing constant unemployment through bioeconomy, through automation, through support, and through training. We need to increase added value of what we're doing and what we're offering. And this also includes transport and in situ losses. We have the food loss app that allows us to measure in situ what are priorities and needs so that we can reduce loss. Second, we need more solid infrastructure for employment in the agri-food system in all areas. So transport services that connects farmers to their markets. Infrastructure and technology allows us to increase extending the value chain, which will bring us from source to market, source to table, improving production, and it's attractive for youth, women, and will allow us to overcome these significant gaps. Three, we need to ensure sustainable environmental policies that we can clearly use to address some of these gaps. And we also need to expand territorial rights and traditional knowledge that can help improve ecosystems and overcome this gap. It's not just better technology and better science, but processes in packaging, food to table, environmental services, extra services. All of this together will help us accelerate this process to reduce poverty and to reduce food insecurity throughout the region. All these strategies together will ensure better employment in rural regions and will ensure more inclusive and sustainable development throughout the region. Thank you. Dear colleagues, acting decisively on these priorities will allow us to ensure that those living in rural areas, the youth, the women, smallholders, have the necessary opportunities to progress. The FAO is ready to improve productivity, as we have been doing, because we want to improve better food for today and for tomorrow, better nutrition for today or tomorrow, and increasing increasing productivity for those who no longer have access, who do not have access, and improving yield, life, through well-being and through better programs that allow us to help those who are the most vulnerable in our regions. Hand in Hand, the Hand in Hand initiative is a wonderful initiative, for example, that allows us to work with these rural populations and overcome the gaps that we have mentioned before. These are mechanisms of action that have been proven to be working, and we need to improve these processes, improve resilience. If we don't reduce poverty, we don't reduce hunger, and when we decrease our economies all around. And of course, this partnership is what will help us to move forward. We need to work together for better rural development, to decrease poverty, for better food security for today and for tomorrow. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Maximo Torrero, which shows that robust social protection programs for school food programs, family empowerment, empowering women, empowering the youth, investing in smallholders and diversified structures, as well as others, can lead to significant changes, long-lasting changes in our region. Moving forward, we will now hear from the member nations who are here in person and online. First, Mr. Bonito Diaz, Development and Sustainable Development Minister from Brazil. Then, Maria Inácia Fernandez, Ministry of Agriculture from Chile. Mr. Jesus Otanami Campo, Social Development Minister from Cuba. Mr. Francisco Espaillat, Agricultural Minister from the Dominican Republic. Mr. Israel Bruce, Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, who is all here in person. Online, we will be joined by Minister Verde Gayet, Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development from Mexico. Ministers, we will now open up for questions. Now, please make your statements in 4 minutes as I call you. The guiding questions are: what policies or programs have been proven effective in your regions to eradicate hunger and poverty, malnutrition, and inequality in your region? Secondly, how can we strengthen intersectoral and institutional coordination to make progress in these policies and programs? What have been the experiences from your countries? And what types of international support and cooperation are most significant to broaden effective responses to eradicate hunger and poverty and reduce inequality? We will start now with Mr. Wellington Diaz, Minister of the Fight Against Hunger and Minister of Development here and Agriculture here in Brazil. Good afternoon.
Os meus colegas ministros, ministras, embaixadores, todos os presentes, na pessoa aqui do nosso diretor-geral da FAO, de Jun, eu quero saudá-lo. Bom, primeiro um sentimento de gratidão aqui por este momento no Brasil. O fato do Brasil ter sediar este encontro, a Procedural, simboliza o compromisso renovado, como vimos hoje aqui, a voz do próprio presidente do Brasil, o presidente Lula, sob a liderança dele, o combate à fome e à pobreza em um momento histórico, pelo agravamento da crise climática, pela instabilidade internacional e, consequentemente, pela necessidade imperiosa de fortalecer o sistema multilateral por meio do diálogo franco, aberto e inclusivo. Permita-me relembrar que começamos em 2023, o Brasil, uma situação dramática que conseguimos rapidamente alterar. A pobreza havia atingido a alarmante casa de 24,4% da população em 2021. Em 2022, 33 milhões e 100 mil brasileiros e brasileiras, equivalente a 15,5% dos domicílios, estavam em situação de insegurança alimentar grave, isto é, com fome. E 2023 e 2024, num plano bem estruturado, conseguimos alcançar 24 milhões de pessoas e tiramos da pobreza. 2025 devemos ter melhorado mais ainda. A fome atingia 8% da população. Nesta situação grave, conseguimos reduzir para cerca de 1,2%. E em 2025 também melhoramos. Agora, tratamos de segurança alimentar. Tínhamos lá, em 2021, 22, 41,3% dos domicílios na segurança alimentar. E alcançamos já 75%.
And now we were able to reduce that by 70+%. And last year, that was almost 80%. Ladies and gentlemen, this wasn't caused by the pandemic. It started before. But with the Food Safety Council and the Food Chamber, ensured us that we were able to help us establish a well-designed program to ensure that we really, truly addressed the issue of hunger and food insecurity. This is a priority. Putting the most vulnerable and the poorest as the center of our public policy has been critical, and this is a central part of our public policy. Economic development depends on the most vulnerable. The country has grown 3% per year, year on year. Income has increased for the most poor in the public sector and in the private sector. Those who don't work for qualifying and improvement and for entrepreneurship, it is all for naught. And so everyone has now focused on modernizing and working on reducing poverty. We work with all sorts of programs for income redistribution, income support, and the official Brazil Without Hunger plan. States and cities and private sector are all working together, and we now focus on integrated hunger and food. In 2025, in Addis Ababa, we announced that it was announced that Brazil is no longer on the hunger map. We hit the mark of fewer 2.5% in just under 2 years. This shows that strong public policies that are based on scientific evidence and social protection with institutional coordination and public prioritization lead to real results. From 2023 to 24, poverty in Brazil dropped from 27.5% to 20.7. We took 8 million people out of poverty, and extreme poverty went from 4.4% to, which is one of the lowest rates in Brazil in history. In 2023, 2024, about 17.4 million people were no longer poor, and 5 million people were no longer classified as extremely poor. So these were the bottom 3 groups on the socioeconomic pyramid of Brazil. They were offered opportunities for food, entrepreneurship, employment, better living conditions. And they were able to access what is normally offered only to the middle and upper classes. This has affected over 10% of the population, and we celebrate these results, but we don't rest on our laurels. These achievements can be reversed, and we know the great challenge is ensuring that this doesn't revert. Taking people out of hunger is just the first step, as President Lula recognizes. We have had great results for the world and for Latin America and the Caribbean. The human right to food is the core of our program of all 24 ministers, so that we ensure that nobody is left behind. Brazil, under President Lula, continues to grow, as mentioned, And as it grows, and as we increase income for the poorest, we are able to drive the growth of the economy throughout the country. The poorest, who are often seen as a problem, are showing themselves to be the drivers of growth in the country through initiatives like programs, believing in this first step, and this first step, and the second step, this third step, so that those initially the poor can reach the highest echelons of society. We've offered 4.9 million jobs just in the last 3 years. 93% of these jobs were filled by those who took part in these social programs, including the Bolsa Familia program. In the face of climate crises, the loss of biodiversity, extreme phenomena, smallholders, and all the problems facing other countries, we face them here. And we see that the smallholders and the rural communities face the biggest challenges. But we have learned some lessons. And I would just like to end here by saying the first lesson is that political centrality. The government has put poverty, food, no hunger, and rural poverty and rural food insecurity as the core of our mission. No one who goes hungry, no one who is hungry can be productive in our country, so no one should experience hunger. Number two, intersectorial government and participatory government is absolutely critical. I'd like to stress this point. This is absolutely critical for us. Governance and food security policies requires heavy participation with civil society and working together. And three, addressing and combating invisibility, the invisibility of hunger is part of the solution. Who are the people who are facing hunger? So what we did was we cross-checked data, used monitoring, improved this gap through, if there's no diagnosis, if there's no evidence, you cannot make effective public policy. It is important that food systems be changed based on evidence, as we heard from Dr. Torreon, to make things more just, that can ensure access and adequate access to healthy food for all. Guaranteeing this basic human right is only possible through inclusive and fair food systems that are environmentally sound, as we saw with COP30 last year. Combating hunger with healthy food and climate change, measures to address climate change are not separate. A productive forest is the way forward. And the Declaration of Belém, signed by 36 countries in Belém, we affirmed that facing the unequal impacts of climate change requires focusing on people for this just transition, progressive focus, and understanding the human right to adequate food and social equality, among other rights. I would like to wrap up by saying that combating hunger and poverty and putting that as the core focus of the state is absolutely critical. This doesn't limit growth. It improves us, it helps us to overcome inequalities and ensures environmental protection. Two, organizing national systems with intersectorial governance and different governance from different levels with monitoring, civil society monitoring, also helpful, and strengthening and the support of the 205 members of the Global Alliance Against Poverty and Lula's proposal launched just last year for G20, which has the buy-in from the entire world. All of the world economic blocs are now adherent to these agreements. Social protection, public policies, public food, school food programs, use the help of these institutions where we can help other countries, improve knowledge sharing, financial funding and financial sharing support. All of this needs to be part of a national plan where we can read SDGs 1 and 2, and I know time is short between 2030.
And at the same time, but always in a fragmented way, climate funds many times do not integrate the social dimension. Humanitarian funds do not structure long-term strategies. Agricultural funds do not discuss enough with the poverty agenda, and the funds that combat poverty do not always include food security and environmental sustainability, and therefore we understand that the alliance with the structure of governance and certain policies can bring responses, adequate responses to these challenges, and therefore they become the platform to scale the financing of solutions that have been proven in our region, and therefore reaching more adequate results and initiatives. And therefore, we make available to the FAO and Brazil this alliance to make viable this cooperation and exchange experiences with our countries of Latin America and the Caribbean that face so many challenges that are all very similar, that are common. We also want to learn by transferring and exchanging the experiences in each country. And I want to close by highlighting the importance of the FAO and its 70 years, Mr. Chair. And finally, I know that we have great challenges ahead of us, and also this threat, this oil threat that can impact us through the increase in food prices, also with many international organizations and the promotion of public policies and different local, regional policies. But I want to reiterate the commitment of the government of Brazil, the president of Brazil, to leave no one behind. We want peace. The only war that is worth fighting is the fight against hunger and poverty. Thank you very much, and you can count on Brazil. We thank you for your presentation, Minister Diaz, who has presented the policies and the programs that have been key to reduce hunger and poverty in Brazil. Next, we will hear the declaration of Ms. Maria Ignacia Fernandez, Minister of Agriculture of Chile, that is accompanying us today in person. Minister, we cordially invite you to take the floor. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Greetings to the General Director, Regional Representative of the FAO, Mr. Chair, Secretary of the Conference, colleagues, ministers that are accompanying me in this panel and in the room, dear delegates. Well, to us, first, it is an honor and a pleasure to be part of this space, such strategic space for discussion that it is so necessary, especially due to the situation in which we are facing hunger inequalities in the region. And we feed hundreds of millions of people beyond our borders, and however, over 30 million people in our own region still suffer hunger. This contradiction, particularly at this moment in which we have strong geopolitical conflicts, obliges us to say this clearly. Hunger in Latin America is not an issue of production. It's of access, of exclusion. In Chile, we've seen that this cannot be exclusively addressed from agricultural policies. It requires a comprehensive political decision based on evidence and with a strong focus on territories. Allow me to share with you 3 lessons. First, that food inequality requires intersectoral governance. During the government of President Daniel Boric, we adopted a strategy of sovereignty for food security that articulates agriculture with social development, health, education, economy, and the environment. Because hunger is explained through insufficient revenues, but also because of the existence of territorial inequalities, gaps in access to healthy food, climate vulnerability, among other variables and dimensions. When policies talk to each other, the results are more sustainable in time and more effective. The second lesson, to eradicate hunger means to structurally strengthen family and indigenous agriculture, not only as a productive sector, but as a strategic partner in the local supply of climate resilience and social condition in rural territories, to invest in small producers, in associations, cooperativism, in access to markets, innovation, irrigation technologies, not only in agricultural technology, is in itself a policy for the reduction of inequalities. Third, we cannot eradicate hunger if we do not also close gender gaps in the rural world. Rural women sustain food systems. They participate in the production and processing, in commercialization, and by the way, in care. However, we know that they face greater barriers of access to land, technical assistance, social protection. In Chile, we have advanced, but these achievements are not irreversible, and that's why it's so important for gender equality in the rural world to be a state policy and not a circumstantial option. To include full participation of women in agri-food policies is not only a matter of justice, it is a condition of efficacy. When women have access to productive resources, to their own resources, they improve food security of their households, they increase investment in nutrition, and territorial development is strengthened. Evidence is clear. To increase the offer in food does not reduce hunger. What reduces hunger is to integrate productive policies with social policies and with a decisive agenda of gender equality, prioritizing the most vulnerable communities. That's why we prioritize these initiatives against hunger led by President Lula and the government of Brazil, and the food priority action for 2030, sustained action that will accelerate implementation in the territories where inequality is more profound. Our region has everything to eradicate hunger: land, water, knowledge, and productive capacity. And what we need is political decision and investment in who sustains our rural territories. Hunger is not inevitable. It is inequality, and inequality is transformed with political will. Latin America can continue to feed the world. Let's also make it guarantee dignity and food security in our own region. Thank you very much. We thank Minister Fernandez for her presentation. It's important to acknowledge the advances that Chile has made in this matter. Continuing with our block of member nations, we will now go to the virtual modality to receive the Secretary of Agriculture and Rural Development, who will be presenting, Mr. Julio Verdeguer. Please go ahead. You have the floor for your statement. Thank you. Excellencies, ministers, delegates of the member nations of the FAO, General Director, Xu Dongyu, authorities of the FAO, Latin America and the Caribbean, are at a historical moment. The conditions and rules that provided some degree of predictability to the FAO are vanishing at an extremely high rate, and this is happening at a moment in which we have more questions than answers. This should be a central matter of discussion in the countries within this organization that gathers us all in our diversity. We are also in this unacceptable matter in which in the FAO 41 million people in our region are suffering hunger. This is not a crisis of production of food, as my colleague Ignacio Fernandez has already said. Our region produces more than enough food so that all our population can eat very well 3 times a day. We reiterate that hunger persists as one of the most extreme expressions of social inequality. The response of Mexico and the government of President Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo is food sovereignty, understood as a construction of all the necessary conditions to guarantee the population the constitutional right and the human right to sufficient, safe, nutritional, and appropriate food today and also for the coming generations. The first dimension of food sovereignty is to provide the essential elements of the diet of the peoples of Mexico, such as maize, beans, rice, milk, and other sources of animal protein. In each case, we have programs that provide the goods and services that are necessary to reach production goals that are official commitments of this government. Among these essential foods of our national diet, we have left aside the formula that the supply should depend on who is capable of producing what is less costly in favor of imports. Our commitment with national production is definitive. We prioritize in this the agricultural producers, fisher folk, small and medium scale producers. It is they who produce most of the food that we consume in Mexico, aside from significantly contributing to the national exportable offer. In the national government's small-scale producers received from 8 to 37% of the budget of the agriculture and rural development budget. Today, 90% of the budget is destined to those 2.8 million of these types of family producers that I repeat are the main supply for family nutrition. And this should be achieved through stringent conditions of national supply of our food. And for this, we protect the genetic diversity contained in 59 chains of the origin of our rice supply, which is the base for the world supply. We provide technical accompaniment, and we advance in the prohibition of dozens of highly hazardous pesticides, as well as the import of or the use of products that come from farms that have irregular production. Then also, food sovereignty has to do with the well-being of those that work in the country, that work the land. And this is in the guidelines of the decisions of our government from 2018 to 2024 during the first government of the fourth transformation. 13.4 million individuals overcame poverty, of which 4.4 million were rural inhabitants. The decline of rural poverty was of 25%. In the policies, sectoral policies and programs that contribute to the reduction of rural poverty, this year we will invest $3,600 million. The milk that we purchase from small and medium producers are provided at very low prices to 3.7 million people, of which almost 40% are boys and girls that go from 3 months of age to 6 years. This program has achieved a reduction of child anemia of 26%, among other achievements that strengthen food security in Mexico. Maize, beans, cocoa, and coffee that is purchased from farmers in a situation of poverty and vulnerability are sold at reduced prices to 23 million individuals of households also in a condition of poverty and vulnerability. Our experience confirms that the accelerated reduction of rural poverty and hunger are perfectly achievable objectives if they are actually the priority of the public policy. To close, I'd like to say that the fight against rural poverty, hunger, and food security in Mexico require effective international cooperation, adequate financing, and very especially during these times, a renewed commitment with multilateralism. This includes a commitment of Mexico with the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, promoted by President Lula of Brazil, as well as our willingness to participate in the program against transboundary animal diseases. We profoundly thank and highly value the technical accompaniment of the FAO and reiterate our willingness to always share experiences, good practices, and lessons learned with the member nations. The eradication of hunger, ladies and gentlemen, cannot wait. It is a collective responsibility and a moral imperative, and to achieve it is in our hands. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We thank the Secretary of Mexico for his participation to achieve these goals of the production of essential food for national diets and measures for the eradication of poverty in Mexico. Continuing with our agenda, we give the floor to Cuba. We greet Mr. Jesus Otamendi Campos, Minister of Labor and Social Security, who we give the floor for his declaration. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. General Director of the FAO, dear General Director, honorable heads of delegations, ministers, and other colleagues that participate in this important conference. I begin my participation by expressing my sincere gratitude for allowing me to participate in this regional conference of the FAO. This space is considered fundamental for regional dialogue and cooperation, allowing us to exchange experiences, to analyze common issues, and discuss and analyze the pathway towards more inclusive, resilient solutions. And this is developed in a complex regional situation marked by the crisis and overlap of structural challenges in Latin America. First of all, the persistent effects of COVID-19 pandemic. Secondly, the growing inflation of food prices, as well as the climate crisis through more frequent extreme meteorological events, and the geopolitical conflicts that affect supply chains. This occasion is adequate to reiterate the situation and the energetic condemnation of Cuba against the attack of the United States against the Islamic Republic of Iran. And this is unprecedented and affects regional food supplies in the region. And we acknowledge the mandate of the FAO in the spirit of regional cooperation that gains critical relevance and its role in the mobilization of knowledge and resources and its commitment with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Particularly, our nation is grateful for the technical cooperation of the FAO, the promotion of technological innovation, and the generation of evidence for decision-making in the national agricultural development through programs focused on climate resilience, sustainable use of resources, plant and animal health that has had a tangible impact on agricultural communities. On the other hand, we highlight that for Cuba, the development of a sovereign food system that is sustainable and fair is a priority of national security. This task is undertaken in spite of the very complex situation, especially due to the economic, commercial, and financial blockage established by the US government through policies that are seen as unfair, unilateral, of genocide, and seen as a main obstacle for the development of the country, and that are an obstacle for the compliance with the 2030 Agenda. In spite of this external factor, Cuba continues implementing its national food sovereignty plan and its state plan to face climate change. Its life plan. These instruments show the work focused on reducing its dependency on imports and to enhance science, technology, innovation applied in the agri-food system and to strengthen the links between local production and consumption. Cuba is willing to share with the community its achievements as well as its lessons learned. And to finish, Cuba reiterates its commitment with the FAO and with the multilateral commitment. We thank the government of Brazil for its warm solidarity and thank the organization for its support. We state our trust that the debates and discussions in this regional conference will lead to a more robust collaboration more coordination that is more effective. Thank you very much. We thank the Minister of Cuba for his words, and we acknowledge his mention on the need for cooperation. Continuing with this block, we give the floor to Dominican Republic. We receive Mr. Francisco Espaillat Vasconce, Minister of Agriculture, who we cordially invite to take the floor. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, General Director of the FAO, dear ministers present here in the room, distinguished delegations, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to briefly share the experience of Dominican Republic in the fight against hunger, poverty, and malnutrition, as well as some statements on this. Dominican Republic has focused on zero hunger to 2028. Today we celebrate a historical reduction of 3.6% that follows the 3.8% that has been registered in 2019. And this is the result of the political commitment of the government and is shown through public policies that are consistent, coordinated, and sustained in time. The zero hunger goal is not an isolated matter, but is seen through the budget allocation and the focus on health, education, social aspects, food security, nutrition, 2026, 2028. And to add to this effort, the government has consolidated and strengthened a series of programs, projects, such as salary increases, social protection programs, the strengthening of national agricultural production, and measures to contain food inflation. Some of these at a specific level are minimum wage in the non-sectorized public sector increased by 20%, and strategic sectors such as tourism have seen a salary increase of up to 30%. For the first time, the minimum wage of large companies exceeded the cost of the basic basket of the first quintal. A policy of direct purchase from local producers was established for the school lunch program, generating a stable market for national production. Financing has been granted at a zero rate through preferential credits for the purchase of land, relieving the financial burden of producers. We've also granted direct subsidies for fertilizers and thus mitigate the impact of international prices, protecting the margin of the producers as well as the end price for the consumer. At the same time, we are strengthening the mechanization and technifying prices and therefore reducing the agricultural costs and therefore impacting the end prices of food for the consumers. In 2025, the government gave over 31,000 land title to the producers. To December 2025, 146,774 land title certificates have been provided, which is historical in the regularization. And according to statistics, 89.6% of the food that we consume is produced on our own land. In matter of social protection, the school food system offers over 2 million students menus with fresh and local foods, replacing processed foods for natural fruit. This policy improves nutrition, it promotes school attendance, enhances learning and the health of boys, girls, and youth. We've increased the coverage and of the social protection coverage benefiting 1.5 million vulnerable households and reducing food insecurity. We have increased the capacity of economic diners by fourfold, and we now have 4 operational centers in the entire national or nationwide, and this allows for vulnerable sectors to have access to food at very low costs. We've also established measures to stabilize prices and guarantee physical access to basic foods through popular markets and fairs of INESPE. Dear ministers, our experience confirms that it is not possible to move forward towards the eradication of hunger and food security if policies operate in a fragmented manner. Therefore, we've sought to ensure political leadership at the highest level, led by the Presidency of the Republic, the current President, Mr. Luis Abinader. This leadership is exerted through spaces of coordination that integrate the ministers of agriculture, health, education, social protection, finance and economy, among others, therefore ensuring an articulated, consistent response with true national impact. Simultaneously, we are generated integrated response systems that integrate information on prices, among others, so that this could be based on evidence, focused on those that need it most. There are formal spaces for participation, intersectoral participation, such as RIMSAM, the Councils for Municipal Development, with the collaboration of the central government, local governments, producers, civil society, the private sector, and the academia. Recently, a strategy was launched so that the municipalities can actively participate, strengthening public policies from the municipalities. Also, a regulatory framework was launched for nutritional strengthening, such as the Family Agricultural Law, School Lunch Program in the National Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, a fundamental factor that supports these challenges, such as food insecurity, rural development, in which the FAO has constantly provided support to reduce food insecurity. I'm sorry, his microphone, his audio is cutting off. Interpretation will resume when his microphone starts working. I would like to express my gratitude to the General Director of the FAO for the support given to our country. Alliances with multilateral financial organizations and development banks allow us to obtain financing at a medium and long term for resilient and sustainable programs such as the Dry Corridor program between CAC, BCI, and the FAO for water management and climate adaptation in Central America and Dominican Republic. The initiative, the hand-in-hand initiative, has facilitated public and private investments for the new agri-industrial center on the border area of Pedernales, focused on the value chain for tourism with $36 million, which seeks to promote agricultural production in the region of Arequipa, benefiting 13,000 producers, over 14 value chains. These initiatives coordinate policies, facilitate the exchange of data and good practices, and improve access to international financing, strengthening food security and resilience to economic and climate challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, we must not forget that who suffers hunger needs immediate solutions. They cannot wait. The experience of Dominican Republic shows that only congruent, sound results, coordination among organizations will allow us to eradicate hunger. Thank you very much.
Mr. Minister Spaya, thank you for your intervention and for sharing the experiences and significant progress in the country. I'd now like to welcome the Minister of Agriculture, Forest Culture and Rural Development from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The Honorable Mr. Israel Bruce. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair, Director General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and colleagues. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is honored to contribute to this high-level special event, especially on effective policies and programs to eradicate hunger and poverty and to reduce malnutrition and inequality. Tasked with coordinating efforts of Sustainable Development Goal number 1 to accelerate sustainable transformation in agri-food system, which aims to end poverty in all its forms, the Food and Agricultural Organization has made significant efforts across the region by reducing hunger and poverty. That is, to reduce hunger and poverty. For small island developing states like St. Vincent and the Grenadines, hunger is not merely a question of food availability. It is shaped by structural challenges emanating from vulnerability to hurricanes and climate change, external economic shocks, high transportation and import costs, and limited domestic production capacity. Madam Chair, Excellencies, recognizing these realities, St. Vincent and the Grenadines has adopted an integrated institutional approach with the support of the FAO and other institutions and friendly organizations and governments to place the eradication of hunger and poverty at the forefront. This new administration, which I'm proud to be a part of, has anchored food and nutrition security, economic diversity, sustainable livelihood, and inclusive employment and climate resilience through its development strategy based on 4 principal pillars of economic development. These being agriculture, tourism, the blue economy, and the orange economy, inclusive of innovation, digitization, and the creative industries. Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, agriculture being one of the pillars will, through its transformative policies, aim to reduce hunger and poverty with programs and projects aimed at the most vulnerable among us. St. Vincent and the Grenadines has a legislated financing mechanism dedicated to supporting initiative on food security and nutrition interventions. The Zero Hunger Trust Fund channels resources directly by bridging social protection and productive inclusion. The formation of 2 ministries to address the vulnerabilities of youth, elderly, disabled, and women will further cement our drive to addressing food and nutrition and livelihood insecurities. Also, at a policy level and the formation of the Ministry of Fisheries, Marine and Land Conservation, and Climate Resilience, this will drive resources to address food security and the impacts of climate change in these food sectors. Secondly, our policy to ensure all primary school children receive nutritious daily meals across the country is a testament of our policies to build on our future generations. The school feeding program goes beyond addressing immediate hunger. It supports cognitive development, educational attainment, nutritional support, and long-term human capital formation. We are strengthening policy frameworks to link school feeding more systematically with local agricultural production, thereby, Madam Chair, stimulating rural economies and improving supply chain resilience. Thirdly, St. Vincent and the Grenadines have adopted a national food and nutrition security policy developed with the technical support of the FAO. This policy promotes climate-resilient agriculture, enhanced domestic production, improved dietary diversity, and targeted social protection measures for low-income households, women, youth, and vulnerable groups. Programs directed at driving youth engagement from a policy level in the agri-food transformation and school and backyard gardens. It is estimated that nearly 80% of our food supply is imported. Reducing this dependency is essential to addressing structural inequality and economic vulnerability. By strengthening interregional trade, investing in climate-smart agriculture, improving logistics, and increased research and development, we can build a more self-reliant Latin America and the Caribbean food system. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Excellencies, has national policies that are aligned to policies to support regional initiatives such as the CELAC Plan 2030, the OECD's Food and Agriculture Transformation Strategy, the Parliamentary Front Against Hunger, and CARICOM by +5. Furthermore, bilateral and multilateral engagements under the South-South Cooperation and friendly governments continue to foster solidarity and collaboration. The eradication of hunger and poverty is by no means an easy task. It must be at the forefront of our policies. With coordinated action at national, regional, and international levels, especially in forums like this, the structural drivers of hunger and equality can be effectively addressed with the following. 1, strong political leadership. 2, sustainable financial mechanism. 3, integrated policies. 4, multi-sectoral collaboration. 5, regional solidarity. And 6, targeted intervention, support aligned with SID's vulnerabilities. Madam Chair, Excellencies, we have a very ripe opportunity in our hand as policymakers, drivers, and deciders to ensure that we take the necessary decisions and make the necessary steps to ensure that we address the issue of poverty and vulnerability in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you so very much.
Agradecemos.
Thank you to the Minister Israel Bruce for your intervention and for the important progress in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I would like to give the floor to the Ministry of Agriculture of Guyana, Mr. Sutikar Mustafa, who is connected online. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think, first of all, this is a very important topic. And as I mentioned in my report this morning, that at this meeting, we should seek to have concrete decision taken so that we can move the process forward. Effective policies and programs in the region to eradicate hunger and poverty and reduce malnutrition. Now, this here is very important for us in the Caribbean and Latin America. I want to say in Guyana, we have implemented a number of policies. Guyana's experience demonstrated that addressing hunger requires more than increasing food production. It demands structural transformation and of our food system, our social protection architecture, and our rural economies. First of all, I want to highlight some of the policies approach that we have proven particularly impactful in addressing the root causes of hunger and inequality. Agriculture in Guyana is not only a sector of economic activity, it is a pillar of livelihood, rural stability, and national food sovereignty. Recognizing this, the government has significantly expanded investment in agriculture with emphasis on climate resilience infrastructure, such as drainage and irrigation system, diversification beyond traditional crops into livestock, aquaculture, and high-value produce, support for smallholders to improve access to input, technology, and market, strengthening farm-to-market linkages to reduce post-harvest losses and increase rural incomes. These efforts align with the CARICOM 25 by 2025 +5 initiative to reduce regional food import dependency and position Guyana as a key contributor to regional food security. I've listened to my colleague from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and when you look at what some of the issues he raised just now, those are common issues facing small island developing countries in the Caribbean. And as a country that lead on the food security, agriculture, and food security in CARICOM, we have been making valuable effort, not only in Guyana, but regionally to assist our partners to develop their food system so that they can reduce poverty, reduce inequality, and strengthen their food system. Importantly, productivity gains are being pursued alongside sustainability, integrated climate-smart practices to protect vulnerable communities from flooding, droughts, and other shocks. Increasing food availability alone does not eliminate malnutrition. Guyana has therefore prioritized school feeding programs that source food locally, create reliable markets for farmers, while improving child nutrition, attendance, and learning outcomes. This homegrown model strengthens local food system, support rural incomes, and ensures that children receive balanced meal, addressing both poverty and intergenerational malnutrition. These are important issues that we have to deal with and we have to address. Third, nutrition education are also being integrated into the community outreach efforts, reinforcing healthy dietary practices and combine the dual burden of undernutrition and obesity. Third, strengthening social protection system to reduce vulnerability and inequality. Structural poverty cannot be addressed without safeguarding the most vulnerable. Guyana has expanded social support mechanisms, including targeted cash transfer, assistance for children, the elderly, and persons with disabilities, and programs that are designed to increase school attendance and healthcare access. Efforts are also underway to improve targeting systems to better capture households in the informal economy, ensuring that assistance reaches those truly in need. By combining income support with human capital, investment, social protection policy help break cycle of deprivation and build resilience against economic and climate shocks. Access to education, including in hinterland and remote communities, remains central to long-term poverty reduction. Expansion of digital connectivity, technical training, and youth engagement in agriculture is helping to modernize the sector while reducing rural-urban disparities. And here I want to say that we have a very novel and model project in Guyana, where we have set up a youth program called the Agriculture Innovation Entrepreneurship Program. This is a company that we form that have shareholders as young people who at the end of the year, they are now doing climate smart agriculture. At the end of the year, when they make the profit, they receive dividend from this company. That is one way to attract young people. Now, over the last 5 years, young people who would have graduated from the Guyana School of Agriculture and the University of Guyana with degrees and diplomas, and who are not in the field of agriculture, we are now capturing these people into agriculture. And many young people today are making their livelihood out of agriculture. That's a form of reducing poverty. So, and another one I want to say also that we have a deliberate policy in Guyana where all projects have to have 35% young people and women being involved in these projects. So by empowering women and youth in agribusinesses has also become a priority, recognizing that inclusive growth is essential to sustainable development. So, Madam Chair, the lesson from Guyana's experience is clear. Hunger is multidimensional. It cannot be solved by agriculture policy alone, nor by social protection in isolation. Effective approaches are integrated, data-driven, climate resilience, and people-centered. These things connect farmers to market. They connect children to nutritious meal. They connect vulnerable households to social safety nets. And they connect national policy with regional solidarity. As we work collectively across Latin America and the Caribbean, FAO's technical leadership and conveying power remain critical in supporting countries to transform food systems that are efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for Guyana's intervention, and congratulations on the progress in your countries. Distinguished guests and delegates, having completed this high special event for LARC 29, we can see why Latin America and Caribbean has decreased hunger and food insecurity, but we know that there's still many challenges facing us. We end with the idea that we hope that what we learned in this conference translates into real action. We see the urgency of not leaving anyone behind. Thank you all for your valuable contributions. Chairman, the session draws to a close. Thank you very much. This session is now closed.
Colegas, por favor, continuamos.
We will now immediately continue. We will continue with the next session as soon as the authorities take their seats up at the table at the front. Thank you very much.
En sala.
Colleagues, we ask that you please remain in the room.
Quórum. Tiene que meter adentro. ¿Y el Zoom? ¿Y del Zoom? Total.
Señores delegados, necesitamos empezar.
Dear delegates, we need to begin. If you can please help us call in your colleagues that are outside the room. We need them to come back. We don't have quorum yet. They haven't returned from the break.
Buenas tardes. Vamos a empezar.
Good afternoon. We're going to begin. Continuing with our items on the agenda, we're going to move on to item 10. We now have to approve the report. To facilitate this process, the draft was sent this morning via email to all the delegations. Before beginning the final process for its approval, I give the floor to Mr. Thomas Duncan, Rapporteur of the Regional Conference, who will address specific aspects of the draft report and its structure. Thank you, Chair. In my position as Rapporteur of the Regional Conference, I'd like to begin by expressing my most sincere gratitude to all the delegations for the constructive spirit, the flexibility, and the commitment shown throughout our discussions. Thanks to this collaborative focus, it's been possible to have a report that adequately shows the richness of the discussions and the different perspectives stated during the sessions. I also want to thank the Secretariat for its excellent work, whose support has been fundamental for the success of our work. Its dedication, efficiency, and capacity in the accompaniment of the process the entire time has been crucial. Also, I'd like to thank the team of interpreters and translators for their professionalism and for facilitating fluent communication among all the delegations. I also thank you, Mr. Chair, for your constant support to my work as rapporteur throughout the process. Allow me to inform the delegation that an initial version of the report was sent at 2 p.m. today, and then at 2:56, the final version was sent with some minor adjustments, including in paragraph 19N and in the footnotes. And in the Spanish version, also some translation adjustments were made in order to show more precisely the language agreed during our discussions. We would thank the delegations if they identify an additional suggestion in the versions in French and Spanish, if they could please send them to the Secretariat for their consideration. Having said this, Chair, my suggestion is for the plenary to approve by block and by acclaim the report. Thank you. I return the floor to you, Chair. Thank you very much, Rapporteur. Well, I would just like to confirm that everyone has received the final versions of the report that is structured in 4 parts, as you have seen. A part which are the preliminary or the introductory items, then a second part related to the regional and global policy and regulatory matters. The third part, which is the budgetary program and budget matters. And then, well, with everything that we have discussed, I propose that the meeting, if the meeting can please approve the report in blocks. Is there a delegation that does not approve?
Gracias, entonces está aprobado el borrador.
Okay, thank you. So the draft of the 39th meeting of the FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean has been approved. Argentina, please. Thank you very much. Argentina would like to Thank you very much. Co-chair, the Republic of Argentina would like to leave constancy of its dissociation regarding the mention to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in the current paragraph 19 and mention to the World Health Organization in paragraphs F and H of the current paragraph 10 of the meeting of higher officials. Also, Argentina would also like to leave constancy of its dissociation from paragraph F of the current paragraph 8 of the report of higher officials. And in virtue of this, Argentina thinks that said dissociations be shown in the report of the regional conference as well as on the records of said meeting. Thank you. Thank you, Argentina. Paraguay, please. Thank you very much, Chair. My delegation would also like to leave constancy, as already appears on the edited footnote of our dissociation from paragraph 8F, and also add the following explanation so that it can be recorded on the minutes of the meeting regarding mention of the SDGs for the 2030 agenda, where the 2030 agenda is established and the Sustainable Development Goals the voluntary desire, the processes of follow-up and examination of the 2030 agenda that have to be adjusted to the regulatory frameworks and national priorities. Consequently, the national government implements development plans and in exercise of the sovereignty of the government of Paraguay based on its constitutional principles. And also, Chair, although the majority of our changes were included in the final version, we are comparing to make sure that the editorial changes that we had requested are all included. We've noticed, for example, that yesterday in the discussions we had asked for the reference, and I think that it was a suggestion by the delegation of Brazil when we talk about contexts, to talk about contexts and national context and not national capacities, at least in the Spanish version. We noticed that that has not been corrected, so we will finish the review of the document so that we can highlight these and mention these things to the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you, Paraguay. We have taken note of your comments. And the Secretary has noted Argentina's comments as well, so that such are reflected in the final report. Once again, thank you, Mr. Rapporteur, Mr. Duncan, for all your work, and all the committees of the drafting committee. Thank you again to all the delegates and member nations, official observers, and spokespersons for NGOs. Thank you for your comments and help in this drafting this report. So congratulations. This has been an intense process. And before we wrap up, I'd like to give the floor to Venezuela. I'm sorry, they're not using a microphone. We cannot hear. I'm sorry, the microphone is not working. I'm sorry, the delegate is not using his microphone. The interpretation will resume once the sound has resumed. Thank you very much, Venezuela. That is good. We now completed that. Colombia, please. Mr. Chairman, I would like simply to echo my colleagues thanking the chairman and the rapporteur for this incredible work with this report. And this has been a great show on behalf of the region and the ability to reach consensus for priority topics for all of us. Thank you so much. Thank you, Colombia. Ecuador, the floor is yours. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank the rapporteur for his work, Mr. Duncan from Panama for his efforts and his true skill in reaching these necessary agreements. Thank you to the chairman and the team from Brazil. Congratulations for wonderful organization. This meeting has taken place and has been wonderful. To my colleagues, thank you for the constructive spirit that you've shown over the last few days. Our interest in being here and sharing our opinions is because we all wish for an organization that is stronger, more efficient, and that continues to serve the interests of the most vulnerable among us. So, thank you. Thank you, Ecuador, for your words. Are there any further comments? There being no further comments, I would like to give the floor to the Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we end, tomorrow at 8 a.m. in the same plenary room, we'll be launching the book, The Role of Science in the Fight Against Hunger. It will be a dialogue by Embrapa and winner of the prize, Mariangela, who won the prize for fighting hunger in 2023. We'll share some of the main messages in this publication and reflect the role of science and transformation in agri-food systems. And to wrap up today, I'd like to invite you all to the Santiago Dantas room, scaling up solutions for agri-food systems in Latin America and the Caribbean, which will include the FAO investment departments and the World Bank. It's a small 20-minute session. This is an opportunity for delegations to use this space to strengthen partnerships and improve funding. Thank you. Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary. Haiti? Honorable Chairman, honorable ministers of agriculture who did us the honor of sharing their experiences, I would like to thank you and thank the organization, Brazil and the other regions for allowing us to share these opportunities. This has been a wonderful opportunity to take part in this event, and notably, and we in Haiti, we are very dependent on the FAO technical support and help, since we are facing a nutritional crisis in our country. And the technical assistance from the FAO has been absolutely critical. And thank you to all of the countries, the organizations who are helping with our country's development. Thank you, Haiti. Again, there will be a discussion in the Santiago Dantas room next door. Tomorrow, the plenary begins at 9 o'clock Brazil time. Thank you all for your participation. The session is closed.